Hi, good morning. Hello, Ninja. Welcome, welcome. We're back. It's a later start than I planned. I kept getting phone calls and having to be mature and an adult and not be like, I want to play video games right now. I'll talk to you later. But yeah. I'll be streaming for about 4 hours today, but we're gonna do what we can to get to our Broody Boys route beginning. I also might stream tonight when I get back from Samurai. It might be later than when I get back, just because we were gonna watch Hell of a Boss. We haven't watched it yet. Best streamer ever. Also, a top 5 adult. Thank you. I try really hard. It's a lot of pretend. I act a lot more mature in real life, I swear. Can't be helped. Also, I should be getting my holiday cards in soon, which means I'll start shipping them out soon. I might put a little picture on Instagram or in the Discord of the process. And I will have a return address for anyone who wants to send me a card back, and I will open them on stream. And what I mean by open them on stream is my sister will open them before I open them on stream, just to make sure everything is kosher and good and well, and then we'll open them on stream together. So that'll be soonish. Oh gosh, where were we? Where are we? Here? Okay, great. So we are officially getting into Kodahei's route. Kodahei, is that right? Am I right? Do I know who I am? Streamer sister, also top 5 adult. Very glad to have them for card checking. Yeah. She's great. She's great. I appreciate it. All right. Divert his attention. I have no choice. I know this is such a lame thing to try, but I need to. I took a step towards Yukomaru and immediately let go of his hand. Oh, look, over there! I see a delicious looking parfait! I yelled and pointed at the random area. Really? It was a move of total desperation, but Yukomaru fell for it hook, line, and sinker. He looked towards the direction I pointed, squinted his eyes to see. Now's my chance. I bolted away while he remained distracted and made my way home. Should be good, good, good. I didn't even put the timer up, did I? I'm tired, yo. That's how you know. That's how you know I'm an adult. I just finished Kodaha's route today. Oh, I'm on chapter 8 right now. Have a good stream. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm gonna. Good, good, good. I hope you're having fun. My goal is on my next day off. I was gonna stream Sunday, but we were cleaning house and putting up the decorations on the Christmas tree, and I haven't even got all the decorations on the Christmas tree yet. And I'm that kind of person where I'll do something and then I sit for 30 minutes. And I'll do something else, and then I'll sit for 30 minutes. I'm not like that at work. I don't know what the difference is, but probably because they're paying me. Honestly. I'm pretty sure telling my name is the right answer here. Yeah, we're still in chapter 1. This is weird. How did I... Okay. Oh, you know what? I didn't save and I just said go with it. Koharu. Need to write that down. Write that down. Tonight, though, if I stream, it's gonna be Verche. I'm gonna stream Verche tonight. I'm pretty positive it's listen to Koharu, because Koharu wants you to do what he tells him to. Yeah. I should listen to Koharu. I don't want him to get upset with me. He's mean. I also have my Pac-Man G Fuel because I need energy today. Besides, I want to get rid of him. Where are you going?
散歩だ。付き合え。
I'll be back for the birthday stream tonight. Excellent. Yes, I'm hoping to continue Sheen's route. My sexy man. I want to keep going. I'm also very curious where this route's going because, like, I'm experimenting on. By the way, he gets real excited about experimentations. Part of me was like, should I do 9 R.I.P. or should I do Verche? And I said I should do 9 R.I.P. because I just did Verche. I should switch off. Plus, we're almost, once we get through Koharu's route, we'll just have 3 more routes in this one, which does sound like a lot, but it's not as much as it sounds since that's more than halfway done at that point. That's how I see it. A walk and you're coming with me. What? Come on, I'm hungry. I'm starving. Calm down, please. I'll buy you something at the convenience store. As I tried to comfort him, Yukimaru abruptly stopped his temper tantrum. Thank you. I'll be waiting. Gosh, she's so simple. Seeing Yukimaru's childishness, I remember the guardian spirits were often said to be childlike. Are you sure you'll be okay? Koharu's pretty rough looking, plus he's got a terrible attitude and personality. I'm worried. Toka did look very concerned. Damn, you think because you're a god you can say anything you want to me? Koharu, now's your chance. Strike down a god. I also wore this because he's purpley. My top never looks purple on camera. I know. I've known this since I bought it, which I bought it for... Whose route was it? Nori's? Nori's route from Sympathy Kiss. Also voiced by Ken, who's over there. Koharu, now's your chance. Strike a god down. Stop instigating. Koharu's irritated, grabbed me by my hand. Come on, let's go. Okay. Koharu pulled me and we swiftly left my room. As soon as we stepped outside, Koharu let go of my hand. It's too noisy with them around. That's why you wanted to go for a walk? Kind of. I understood where he was coming from, but the only reason I'm here is because I'm scared of Koharu. He started walking and I followed timidly behind him. We walked together in silence. I made sure to keep my distance from him. Before I knew it, we reached the park. I wonder how far we're going to walk. We had walked all the way to the park, but I had no idea if he had a destination in mind. Finding the awkward silence unbearable, I spoke. How far are we going? I haven't decided. Isn't that what walks are all about? I guess. We can start heading back now if you want. You needed to stop at the convenience store, right? I'll join you. Oh, okay, thank you. Koharu's eyes narrowed. No reason to thank me. I'm gonna start putting you to work tomorrow. Oh, what will I be doing? Good question. How about punching anybody who tries to use a spirit board? What? I can't do that. Seeing my reaction, Koharu chuckled. Is he messing with me? Only kidding, but you could stop them from using it, right? I guess. Honestly, I don't think too many people play with spirit boards anymore. With that exception of Sayaka, of course. I muttered the words in my head. Do you dislike being a spirit board? It's a real pain, but it's a family business, so I don't really have a choice. Koharu stared at the ground, muttering. But at the same time, I need people to keep calling me. Is that some kind of rule? Something like that. If people forget about us, we disappear. He spoke so matter-of-factly, I couldn't help but give him a shocked look in return. Spirits are products of the human imagination. The more we loom in the public imaginations, the stronger our personification becomes. How many letters is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 letters. We don't need 15 letters in one word, guys. No. If forgotten, we return to nothing.
勝手な生き物だぜ。
Humans really can be such selfish creatures. I was struck silent. I was surprised to hear about how spirits live and was hurt by the words Koharu said at the end. I guess I can't say I blame him for thinking that humans are selfish, but if that's the case, then you really need to play your role as the spirit board, right?
この町くらいなら大丈夫だろう。こっくりさんは全国で有名だからな。
Meh, we can afford to slack off in this town. Spirit boards are famous all over the world. I guess you have a point. Spirit boards are pretty ubiquitous. I guess he is safe for now at least. Ubiquitous. I can do it. I bought some items from the convenience store and walked outside to see Koharu waiting for me. Thanks for waiting. I didn't know how much spirits ate, so I bought a ton of rice balls and bread.
見せろ。
Let me see. Huh? Oh, sure. I opened up the bag for
生き
him.
物にこんなにくれてやらなくていい。これとこれはお前が食え。命令だ。
Don't give all these to Yukimaru. You eat this one and this one. Then an order. That's an order. Koharu looked through the bag. He pointed to a few items. Are you trying to fatten me up or
く
something?
だらない真似しねえよ。ただ、雪物のバカがムカつくだけ。
That's stupid. I just find Yukimaru annoying, that's all.
それにお前は晩飯をほとんど食ってないから余裕だろ。
Besides, you haven't eaten dinner yet. You should be able to eat that stuff, no problem. He noticed I barely touched my dinner. He cares. I glanced at Koharu and our eyes met. We both quickly turned
何見て
away.
んだよ。
What are you looking at? Nothing.
追加で命令だ。今度から飯を残すな。特に誰かが作ってくれたもんはな。
I got another rule for you. You're not allowed to let any meals go uneaten, especially meals that someone else made for you.
当たり前のもんなんてね。日が経つにつれ、日常は徐々に変わっていく。
Nothing in life is
日々与えられてい
guaranteed.
るものに感謝しろ。
Daily life soon becomes a routine, but that doesn't mean you can forget to appreciate what you've
お
given
前が自
daily.
分のことを考えるのはそれからだ。
Once you learned to do that, you can start thinking about yourself. All right. Although he spoke in a harsh manner, his words seeped deep into my heart. Thanks for the advice. I thanked Koharu from the bottom of my heart.
勘違いするな。俺は食い物だったり他者からの行為を無下にする奴が許せねえだけだ。
Don't misunderstand. I just can't stand it when someone wastes food or any kindness for that matter. He looked deeply serious. In fact, for a second, he looked almost irritated. When I saw that expression from him before, it scared me, but seeing it now... Jolted back to reality, I saw Koharu had already begun walking home. I jogged to catch up to him this time, walking side by side with him. Maybe Koharu isn't as scary as a spirit as I thought. The orders he gave me weren't exactly what I was expecting. If anything, they seemed designed to help me, and he was actually quite kind. Oh, goodness. When we left, she was following timidly behind me, but now she's walking right next to me. In truth, it made me feel rather awkward. Why am I letting this human get to me? Perhaps this is partially my fault. I called out to her, scolded her about her eating, and accepted the kindness of others. But the fact that she listened so intently showed she wasn't a bad person. Man, what am I doing? They say when you get involved with humans, all the little things that didn't seem to bother you before get on your nerves. This is all her fault. Why did she have to mess up that ritual? And where did that stupid rule even come from? The one that says you have to haunt people. Thinking back on it, it had been a while since someone had messed up the ritual in my district. I'd bet anything that stupid Yukimaru scared her, and that's why she let go. Stupid Yukimaru. All right, Koharu, you should take this. Here you go. Leah suddenly took out an inari rice ball from her bag and offered it to
いらねえ
me.
よ。お前が食っとけ。
I don't need it, you eat it. Aren't you hungry though?
基本的にあやかしは食わなくても平気だ。雪丸は食うのが好きってだけでな。
Spirits generally don't need to eat. Yukimaru just likes to. Oh, I had no idea. I bought this one for you. She bought it for me. I guess I'll give it to Yukimaru.
ダメだ。あ、いや、あいつにやるくらいなら俺が食う。
No, don't do that. I don't want to give him the satisfaction. I'd rather eat it myself. As I rushed to explain myself, Leah smiled and handed me the anati. How long has it been since I made contact with someone, let alone seen them smile? I wasn't used to it. It felt awkward. That's why I wasn't good with humans. Yeah, specifically that. Perfect. Excellent. Excellent. It's kind of noisy. We're gonna stalk Koharu. There's somewhere I wanted to drop by, so please go on without me. As I spoke, Yukimoto burst into tears.
もう、わがままですよ。それくらい我慢できなくてどうするですか？
You're acting like a spoiled little brat. You have to grow up, otherwise, what are you going to do with yourself?
この悲しみがわからぬとは。どうか殿だって、殿だるに夢中だったではないか。
I can't believe you don't understand my sorrows. I know you love Tonodamaru like I do Toga. That's not. Maybe I should just go home.
おい、今のうちに行くぞ。
Come on, now's our chance. Let's get out of here. Suddenly, Koharu pulled me by the hand. Ah! Before I could react, Koharu started running. When we arrived at the station, Koharu finally let go of my hand.
ちょっと早く走りすぎたか。
What, did I run too fast? Seeing me out of breath, Koharu looked at me with a guilty expression on his face. No, I'm just not good at sports or exercise in general. It's the asthma. After I caught my breath, Koharu spoke
それ
up.
で、寄りたいってのはどこだ？
So where'd you want to go? I haven't really decided.
あ？って気を利かせてやったってのに。
What the hell? I thought it was helping you out. I'm sorry. I just didn't feel like going home right now. No doubt mom's home right now. I needed time to emotionally prepare myself before going home. My face must have said it all, and Koharu didn't press the issue further.
ほんじゃ、散歩しながらゆっくり帰るか。
Then why don't we take our time? Okay, let's go. With that, he began to walk ahead of me. I'm too warm already, and the problem is, without this, the shirt looks blue, but it's purple. It's actually just a slightly lighter color than this other top jacket. And yet, it doesn't look it that way at all. 1, 2, 3. Fixing my strap as well. Okay. Koharu's pace was slow, as if to match my normal walking speed. So considerate. Maybe it's because he saw how out of breath I was. He was silent as he continued to walk beside me. Maybe this is his way of being considerate? I always had a hunch Koharu might actually be a very kind spirit. I'm glad it's him I'm with right now. As I thought these things, I stole a glance at him. In his normal clothes, he doesn't look like a spirit at all.
何ジロジロ
Except
見
he's
てん
got
の？
this. What are you staring at? I was just thinking how you look like a normal person. When I spoke honestly, Koharu shot me a perplexed
当たり前
glance.
だろ。あやかしに見えたら化けてるって言わねえ。
Obviously, if I look like a spirit, that'd defeat the purpose. You've got a point. With that, the conversation ended. Feeling awkward in the silence, I tried to think of something for us to discuss. Then I spoke to him. Walks. Koharu, do you like to go on walks? I asked, and Koharu smiled in response.
まあそうだな。静かな場所で外の空気を吸うのは心が落ち着く。
I guess you could say that. Breathing in the air of a quiet place outside calms my heart. I know what you mean. This is a beach town, and the smell of the ocean breeze always calms me down. I'll sometimes go into the city, but whenever I come home and smell the ocean breeze, I'm always relieved to be
そ
back
れな
home.
ら海浜公園のあたりがお前の気に入る場所か。
So let me guess, Beachfront Park is one of your favorite places, huh? You nailed it. You're pretty knowledgeable about this
俺は
town.
長年この町で仕事してるからな。
I've been working here for quite some time. I see. I guess spirits must have regions they're in charge of. In that case, he must know Narimigahama pretty well. Is there a spot you like in Narimigahama? Koharu. That's another word that's way too many letters, by the way. In fact, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 12. Koharu awkwardly scratched his head as he spoke.
お前と同じ場所だ。別に合わせたってわけじゃなくて、偶然だからな。
It's the same place, but it's not like I'm trying to match or anything, okay? It's just a coincidence. Next time we walk, let's go to Beachfront Park.
また俺と散歩する気かよ。
You want to go for another walk? Together? Huh? Did you say something?
なんでもねえよ。
Nothing. Koharu coldly turned away. I wonder what he said. I wonder what he possibly could have said. I don't think this one mattered. Oh, gosh. Well, it did matter. There was a wrong answer. Ahem. Okay. It tasted different. It was addicting. Is that the right answer? I don't remember. Remember I had some of his go up accidentally. Because you can go a little bit and it's fine. Tastes a different kind of addicting, actually.
その感想、珍味かよ。まあ、食い慣れた味の方がいいよな。
You prefer the way your mom makes it. See, I was right. See, I knew there was a couple I got wrong. Because you can have them go up a little bit and still get on the right route. It's fine. That's right. I'm gonna go to Sangen University. As has the fortunes foretold. Sense of happiness. Is this the right page? Oh, this is Yukimaro's. Okay, I wasn't even on the right page. This is the page I should be on. This is where I was. Yeah. I'll be alright, so please don't worry anymore. I called out to him since I didn't want to worry him anymore. See, this isn't the right answer either. See, I apparently had him pretty much all the right answers. Smile at him, smile. Go teehee. This is after what happened? Oh, trying to convince myself I'm happy. Yeah. Seeing how determined he was, it made me feel so. I said I'm fine. Trying to shut him down only seemed to make him even more stubborn. I told you I'm fine. I was getting defensive, but it only made Yukimaru dig in his heels even more.
大丈夫ではないのだ。暗い色の気が主様を覆っておるのだぞ。
You are not okay. There's this dark color aura surrounding you. Guess I can't hide my feelings from a spirit. I gave up on trying to fight him and sighed. Yukimaru flashed me a triumphant smile. Gosh, I couldn't help but give a wary smile in return. I just couldn't stay mad at him. You could try. I mean, I'm not mad at Yukimaru, but you could try. I'll go to the cafe and say hi. Having parted with Yukimaru, I decided to head to the cafe to clear my head, my mind, my mood. As I headed towards the cafe, I noticed someone familiar. It was Koharu. Is that Koharu? I approached him and softly called out to him, Koharu. As soon as Koharu noticed me, he immediately turned into his human form.
今日は随分と早いんだな。
You're off early today. Oh yeah, some stuff came up. I didn't want to worry him and quickly tried to change the topic. What are you doing?
散歩だ。どこかでこっくりさんをされる前にな。
Taking a walk before you know who tries to summon me again? Right. If he's summoned, he has to go. I was planning on eating a parfait in the cafe, but going on a walk with him sounded like a better idea. If you don't mind, would it be okay if I tagged along? I want to get my mind off things. Koharu laughed
つ
softly.
いてきても面白くないぞ。それでもいいなら勝手にしろ。
I may be getting a cold. Who knows? Can't promise you it'll be any fun, but if you don't care, by all means. With that, he began to walk and I chased after him. Wait. We ended up walking towards Beachfront Park, stopping and admiring the scenery along the way. Wait, what? Spending time with him like this seemed so calm to calm my troubled heart. Oh, that's right. There was something I wanted to ask him. What came to mind was cooking? Cooking feels right. You're really good at cooking, Koharu. That tamagoyaki was amazing. I'm only watching, have no audio. Did we do Yukimaru's route already? I will cry if we did. We did. Last time. Can you hear me? We did, sorry. Hey, hi, silly. With Yuki, just in case. Good morning to you too. What time is it there? It's afternoon now. I got a late start today. I'd love to eat it again.
よだれ出てるぞ。
You're drooling. There's no way I am. I wouldn't be drooling at this age. At this age.
ムキになってるってことは、俺の卵焼きはよだれが出るほどうまかったってことか。
No, you go back. Seeing you get so defensive must mean that you loved my tamagoyaki enough to drool. Well, I guess that might be the case. It's true, but it's so annoying he
まあ、ま
noticed.
た作ってやるよ。料理をするのは好きだからな。
The one time I show up, I'm disappointed. Wow. Wow. It's afternoon, but I just woke up. That's fair. Depression sleeps are the long sleeps. I can't have depression sleeps anymore. Nothing yet. We're just getting to Koharu's route, so we're going back through the spirit world chapters to get to his route. So it's just the answers that would get us to Koharu's route at this point. I'll make it again for you someday. I like cooking. Oh yay, I can't wait. Out of curiosity, do you do any baking?
今までねえな。
Hydrate.
和食も洋食も中華も作るが、飯しか作らねえ。
Oh no. I just keep feeling there's something in my throat. I should take like Dayquil. I haven't so far. I make Japanese, Western, and Chinese food, but I usually only make meals. I see. If his tamagoyaki was that good, I bet his baking would be
お
incredible.
い、また口元が緩んでるぞ。
You're drooling again. Ah! That was cute. Wait. I gotta stop thinking about food. Never stop thinking about food. Koharu's perspective in his toe socks. As I was about to go out for a stroll, Leah walked out and asked to join, so I ended up on an evening stroll with
お
Leah.
前、 いつもこんな時間に一人でコンビニ行くのか?
Do you always go to the convenience store this late at night by yourself? Doesn't this girl know it's dangerous to walk around alone at night? Not really, I just wanted to join you on your walk. I
So-
see. What's with her? Why would she want to follow me? She used to be scared of me. Also, what's wrong with me? It's like I'm starting to enjoy spending time with her. Oh, and can we talk about anything other than my career? I want to do that on my own. Leah's expression was different from the morning. There was a new light in her eyes. It seemed Yukimaru and Toka's effects had paid off, at least for now. I felt a mix of relief and surprise, relief that she was feeling better, and surprise that I cared for this human I was haunting. What's so funny?
別になんでもねえ。
Nothing. I ran my fingers through Leah's hair, patting her head. Wait, you what? Stop that. I didn't mind the times I spent with her, but I can't stay here for too long. Time flows differently for spirits and mortals. If I grow too attached, it'll only bring pain again. Again! So I resolved to stay with her. At least until she decides on her career path. It's morning, ... I feel that. Orders are orders, though. Oh, gosh, get your arms off of me. If it's an order, then I guess I have no choice but to send Yukimaru away. I tried to sound serious as I said this, and Koharu grinned.
それでこそ俺の犬だ。
That's more like it.
何をしようというのだ。我を消すなんてそんな。
You're gonna send me away? You wouldn't. Yukimaru turned pale and began to quiver. He backed away while shaking his head. I couldn't help but smile at his reaction. I just meant my spirit guardian is going to have to make me happy. Then you are free to go, right?
なんと主様も人が悪い。紐が冷えたではないか。だが初めて認めてくれたの。
Master, you're terrible. You made me worried sick with those comments. Though this is the first time you accepted me. Because you're so stubborn. Oh. Yukimaru appeared stunned by my tone. His expression changed so fast that Koharu and I exchanged looks and burst out laughing.
そんな優しくない言葉どこで覚えたのだ。
Where'd you learn to talk like that?
あるじゃ。
You sound like Koharu.
おい、なんで俺なんだよ。
Why am I a bad example? Yukimaru then cleared his throat, regaining his composure.
まあよい。小春も手伝うと言っているのじゃ。大船に乗ったつもりでいてくれい。
Well, that's fine, I suppose. Koharu said he'll help too. So I want you to put all your trust in us.
言ってねえだろうが。
I never said that. Thank you so much. Their playful arguing was so entertaining. I found myself genuinely laughing at their back and forth. Koharu gave a weary smile at my laughter.
仕方ねえな。
You are something else.
まあ、お前は前向きに考えてろ。難しく
Just
考
keep
えすぎ
looking
なんだ。
forward. Don't overthink things. Koharu poked my forehead lightly with his forefinger. But it didn't bother me. I could tell below the gruff exterior was a deep and true kindness. Guys, you remember outside? You're in your spirit forms. I'm talking to myself. What have I done? Oh, wait, this is... I see. Okay, I see what I've done. I've messed up. Everything's fine. Everything's fine now. Everything's fine. I was on the page where I saved sound clips. That was my problem. I was her. I've taken her for granted. I hope we know what happened to his eye. He does reference it on the original time we played through this, that something would happen. It's like a curse, but we'll see if it actually... Like, does he get to open his eye? I mean, I've always been there for Sayaka. Perhaps she thought it would always be like that. Is that why she's so upset? She can't imagine us ever being apart. In response, Koharu shook his head.
それはちょっと違うんじゃねえか。当たり前じゃないと分かっていたから不安を抱えていたんだろう。
If she thought that was the case, there would have been no reason for her to be nervous you wouldn't go to Sengen. He had a point. Sayaka had specifically said that she thought I was doing what my mom wanted. Hi! Hello! Muma, I thought you said your name was changing. Am I wrong? Everything's a lie now. Wait, everything's a lie. I forgot to do Twitch. Okay. I need to rethink this. Did it on Discord. Okay. I was like, wait a second. -4. Back home, I looked around to ensure that nobody else was in the kitchen. After checking, I began to prepare breakfast. Leah's mother had already done most of cooking. All I needed was to reheat it. As I turned on the stove and microwaved some dishes, my thoughts drifted to Leah. In particular, her situation with Sayaka. She looked glum again, but her expression now was different from before. She seemed to have a desire to work through all of this without fear. She seems so much better now. I have pulled a blanket onto my leg. I'm saying this so you understand what I'm doing. But it's getting in the way of me moving my leg at the same time. She seemed so much better now. I haven't known her long, but she seemed to often fall into depression. Oh, man. I haven't known her long, but she seemed to often fall into depression. I need that on a t-shirt. Even her laughter felt hollow, but something about her changed recently, a spark of something new. I haven't been in a good mood in a while. I'll make her a big breakfast. That'll brighten her mood even more. All that was left was to make the tamagoyaki. Okay. I was like, I can't pick another person. Go to the station. In addition to the shopping mall, there were various small shops near the station. I browsed the area looking for something to get Sayaka. The delightful cosplayer! Yes, it did! Okay, cool. Hello, delightful. Then I was just about to head to the store. Is that Koharu? I approached him looking around, then quickly called out to him, Koharu, what a coincidence seeing you here.
Oh, my god. Kokkuri-san de yobarete na.
Oh, it's you. I got summoned out here on spirit board duty. He looked exhausted, and I couldn't help but wonder what he'd been asked about. I wish I could cheer him up somehow. Unable to find any words of encouragement, I thought changing the subject would be a good way to distract him. You know, I was in the middle of shopping, but I could use a break. I'm gonna take a seat on the bench over there. Care to join me, Koharu? Koharu thought for a moment, then discreetly transformed into a human. Guess he's accepting my invitation. We walked to a nearby bench and sat down. Maybe I could find something cheerful to talk about to lighten his mood. Concerns. Yeah, that would lighten his mood, right? Talking about concerns. Likes. Koharu, what do you like outside of taking walks and cooking?
それを外されたら何も残らねえぞ。
You take those out, there's nothing left. Come on, you know how Yukimaru likes to eat, and I love sweets.
穏やかな時間だな。
I just say peaceful times. I just realized he still has kind of a pointed ear in his human form. You sound like a grandpa.
それは褒めてんのか？
Is that a complaint? Not really a complaint or anything, just the truth, but I like that. Peaceful
なん
times.
だ、お前も好きなのか？
You like peaceful times too? I like to not be at war. Yeah. I never thought about it really, but yeah. I like peaceful times. The time I spend with you is comforting, so I like that as well. That's why talking to you like this calms me down. It's nice.
そうかよ。
I see blushes. You seem pretty rad.
まあ、お前との時間も悪くないかもな。好きな方かもしれねえ。
I guess I don't mind this time with you either. Rather, I might like it. Oh.
お前顔赤いぞ。熱でもあんのか？
You're starting to turn red. Are you coming down with a fever? It's nothing. I'm fine. I think I understand why Koharu was red before, but if I think about it more now, I'll just end up being redder. Wow.
気合の入ったいい声だが、また一人で大丈夫なのか？
I love them grumpy. You seem motivated, but are you sure you're okay with being alone again? I turn to see Koharu standing beside me. How about we don't start with such a negative sentiment?
悪い。ただ、お前は空回り名人だからな。気になっただけだ。
My bad. It's just that you tend to run in circles. I was just concerned, that's all. Run in circles. He was right. I had no response. Fine, if that's what you think, why don't you help me? I snapped back at him, feeling vexed. Knowing Koharu, even though I was asking for help, he probably wouldn't give it.
仕方ねえな。って言っても、進路先を探すって。
You want my
何すればいい
help?
んだ？
What do you want me to do to help you find your career path? His unexpected agreement left me stunned. Wait, seriously?
お前が手伝えって言ったんだろうが。
You're the one who asked for help, right? Yeah, but this wasn't like Koharu and it felt strange. I stared at him, conveying my surprise, and Koharu roughly scratched his head, looking
今朝
away.
約束しただろ。お前を手伝うって。雪丸が勝手に言ったことだが。
Didn't I promise this morning that I'd help? I mean, I guess Yukimaru volunteered me, but I accepted at the end of the day. Come to think of it, this is how things ended up when the two of them were bantering. I didn't think I didn't think he was taking it so seriously. Oh yeah, we're wearing him down. Oh yeah, that's the goal. Nice. Is it affection or is he just giving up? Who knows? But it makes me really happy that he is. I couldn't help but smile. That makes me happy, thank you.
勘違いするなよ。進路が決まって幸せになってくれりゃ、雪丸が消えてお前をたたりやすいってだけだ。
Don't get me wrong. As long as you're happy after figuring out your career path, Yukimaru will be out of the picture, making it easier for me to haunt you. Right, right. In that case, how about we ask Yukimaru to help us
い
too?
らねえよ。
Don't need him.
あいつがいると邪魔くさくて仕方ねえ。俺だけで十分だ。
He'd just get in the way. My help should be more than enough. I suppose that's true, but Yukimaru has been helpful at times too. Maybe it'd be better if he were here. On the other hand, Koharu wants to do this himself and I don't want to offend him. Then I'll take you up on your offer. As I spoke, I noticed Koharu wouldn't look me in the eye.
お前までそんなの信じてんのか？
You really believe in that stuff? He gestured towards my computer screen, which was still displaying a search I did on spells. Oh, that's not what you think. I was just looking into it because of what happened today.
まじないってのは気軽にできるもんじゃねえ。力ある者がきちんとした儀式をやってこそ作用する。
Spells aren't so easy to pull off. They only work if a powerful person does it and uses the official rules. After hearing him say that, I began to rethink my initial dismissiveness towards spells. So there are spells that work? That's a little scary. I realized that Sayaka, on the other hand, would have been thrilled to hear that. Do you know a lot about curses, Koharu? My curiosity piqued. I asked Koharu. He seemed to ponder his answer for some time.
そこまでじゃねえが、少しなら知ってるな。
I'm not an expert, but I do know a little bit. Can you give me an example? Yeah, me, I'm cursed. My curiosity pushed me to ask more, and Koharu appeared somewhat
お
dejected.
前、まさかそういうのに頼って進路を決めようとしてるのか？
You better not be thinking about using something like that to determine your career path. His little thing makes me think of Inuyasha. Just me? Okay. Of course not. I would never do something like that. I was just curious.
ま、お前はそういうやつだよな。
Well, you don't seem like the type to use a spell that way. Then why'd you ask if you knew what I was going to say?
念のためだ。雪丸にビビってこっくりさんに手を出したんだ。
Just checking. Remember how you got scared by Yukomara and messed up the
窮
ritual?
地に追いやられたらまたやるんじゃねえかってな。
I was worried you might do something similar if you couldn't figure out your career. Oh no, I've learned my lesson. I'll never do something like that again. Koharu gave me a wary smile.
二度はないか。ま、そうだな。
Never, huh? That sounds about right. I didn't mean that I regret summoning you, Koharu. Nothing like that. I'm actually really glad I met you. I quickly clarified, not wanting him to misunderstand, and Koharu turned noticeably red. Koharu? He coughed a few times, trying to hide his
狐
embarrassment.
の嫁入りっていう話を聞いたことはあるか？
Have you ever heard the story of the fox's wedding? No. Tell me about it. I haven't. He suddenly's change of topic was unexpected, but I was ready to
そんじ
listen.
ゃ話してやる。俺の知ってるまじないをな。
Then let me tell you, it's a story about a spell I know. Okay. We get cute pictures to go with it? No. The Fox's Wedding is a tale that varies by region, often passed down orally. There are embellished versions of the story, but the one you're about to hear isn't. This is the true story. A spell born from the Fox's Wedding, allow me to explain. Long ago, a high-ranked fox decided to marry. For a high-ranking fox to take a bride, certain criteria must be met. The bride must possess the abilities strong enough to join the family to ensure the clan's survival. They were the power to shapeshift, communication skills to influence others, and the flexibility to traverse different worlds. A female fox, believed to possess all three traits, was chosen as a potential bride. To prove her power, she vowed to the male fox, "I shall deceive a human and steal all their gold." The male fox grew fond of her and eagerly awaited her return each day. The female fox ventured into the mortal realm, intending to deceive a human man. But unexpectedly, she fell in love with him. Revealing her true nature to the human, she prepared to confess her feelings, believing he would hate and fear her. Contrary to her fears, the man reciprocated her love and accepted her for who she was. The two eloped, and the female fox never returned from the mortal realm. The high-ranking fox was left in sorrow, and determined to never experience such loss again, he devised a ritual. A ritual to ensure that his loved one would always return to him no matter what.
と、こんな話があるんだが、そこに出てくるまじないが、これだ。
That's the story and the ritual it teaches. He made a fox shape with his hand. I mimicked him with my fingers. It's quiet coyotes! Like this?
ああ、それで合ってる。
Exactly. This brings back memories. I used to make shadow puppets like this as a kid.
それなら見たことがある。人の子がこうして遊んでいるのをな。
Yeah, I've seen that before. Kids often play like that. My mom showed me how to make the fox one. But I never knew it was part of a ritual. It sounds kind of dangerous.
まあ、ただの遊びなら何の害もないし、力のないものがやっても効果は現れない。
It's harmless if it's just for fun. It's not effective if done by someone without power. Koharu paused and took a deep breath. As he did so, the air around him seemed to
Right.
change.
ここへ思い置く。汝への心。 忘れ得ぬ。
I leave my musings here, never shall I forget thee. What does that mean?
心を置いていくって意味だ。そう誓わせれば、他に心を奪われることなく、里に、自分の元に帰ってくるということだ。
It means to leave your feelings here, to vow your heart will never be stolen and you'll always return.
だから、今のをめぎつねに言わせる習いなんだ。
That's how the real ritual works. I see. It was kind of scary, but I felt bad for the fox groom who was left alone.
昔のまじないで、今は廃れているがな。
It's an old ritual long forgotten. Fox wedding, a charm passed down in Koharu's clan. Koharu's clan? That's a spoiler. Lovers do it with one another so that the heart of their beloved isn't stolen by someone else. According to Koharu, the spell is obsolete. Strange to think that as a kid I used to play with this shape. So wait, what was the saying again? I leave my musing here, never shall I forget thee? Zap. They kissed. I repeated the words, moving my fingers like a fox, and touched Koharu's fox hand.
おい、何やってんだ。
What are you doing? Huh?
俺がまじないを唱えちまった後だろうが。てか、お前も唱えちまってるし。
I just chanted the ritual and you said it too. I'll be fine, right? It's not like I have powers or anything like that.
まあ、それもそうか。
I guess that's true. Koharu tilted his head and I suddenly had a question. Let me guess, you do this after the chant too?
ああ、それが習わしなんだが。
Like your little foxes kiss, you go, ooh, kiss, and then that's how you know that's part of the ritual. He seemed contemplative. Oh my gosh. Thoughtful, still carrying some remnant emotion from the story. Contemplative. I did it. What did I miss? We may have accidentally did a curse. We may have cursed ourselves. Playfully. How do we get here? Magic. But you said the spell is harmless, right?
俺も聞いたことがあるだけで、今じゃ昔話
Again?
だ。
Yeah, again. We asked him like, can you really be cursed? And he's all like, no, but I do know a spell. This is how you do it. And then she repeats the words. And then he's like, why would you do that? It's an old story I heard. It's long been forgotten. Then we should be safe. Besides, I don't feel like anything happened.
お前はのんきだな。
You're so carefree. Like I said, I don't buy into spells, rituals, or magic stuff.
お前のそういうところに救われるぜ。
One of your good points.
俺たちはそういう関係じゃないし、心配することはないか。
Besides, it's not like you and I have that kind of relationship. There's nothing to worry about. Ouch. His words caused a sudden pang in my heart, leaving me taken aback. Wait, why would I care if you felt that way too? I mean, I don't have feelings for Koharu. Sure, my heart skipped a beat around him before, but I've never really seen him like that. Reflecting on our past interactions, I realized I was often drawn to him. It's a romance curse. It's something you say to your partner so that they'll never leave you. Classic. Maybe I do like Koharu, but our eyes met as I stole a glance at him.
どうしたんだ？
Something wrong? Yeah, I'm thinking way too much. Why are we staying in this position? Oh no, nothing. Feeling awkward, I quickly pulled away.
今日はもう寝ちまえ。進路のことは明日からだ。
You should head to bed. We'll tackle your career path in the morning. Right. It's okay. I don't have school
赤
tomorrow.
い顔して何言ってる？熱があるんじゃねえか？
Your face is red. Are you sure you don't have a fever? He reached out to touch my forehead. I backed away fast. Yeah. I better head to bed. I dodged his hand and swiftly took a step back.
ああ、そうしろ。明日起こしてやるから、さっさと寝支度して布団に入れ。
Good idea. I'll wake you up tomorrow. Get ready for bed and sleep well. Okay, good night.
ああ、また明日な。
Yeah, see you in the morning. He was about to leave the room, but stopped, turning back to me.
ああ、これ借りていいか？朝には返すから。
Can I borrow this? I'll return it in the morning. My computer? He pointed at my laptop. Sure, but do you know how to use it, old
馬鹿にする
man?
な。現代にいるあやかしだぞ。 使い方くらい人間を観察していればわかる。
I'm not stupid, you know. I live in the modern world for some time and have seen mortals use computers before. Sorry, feel free to use
助
it.
かる。それじゃあ借りてくな。
Thanks, I owe you one. Koharu left the room with my laptop under his arm. I wonder what he needs a laptop for. Sitting on my bed, I mulled over the possibilities inside. My cheeks still feel warm. I must have been blushing so bad. Even after Koharu left, his presence lingered in my thoughts as I prepared for bed. As I laid in bed, I found myself unable to sleep as I constantly thought of him. Classic. Chapter 5. We did it. We're on a route. Did I spell his name right? I did. Okay. The following day. I was getting ready to head to school so I could look for some stuff for my career path. Although it was a day off, there would be students and faculty there for club activities. I just hope the library is open. If I'm going to try and find career path materials, that would be the best place to start. But to be honest, I've already looked through so many brochures and nothing caught my eye. But just because I haven't found anything so far doesn't mean I won't find anything. I dressed up in my usual uniform, I got my bag, and headed for the door when... Come in? Koharu
おは
entered.
よう。ん？どうして制服なんだ？今日は休みのはずだろ？
Morning. Why are you in your school uniform? It's the weekend, right? Good morning. I was going to the school library to look into some materials for career options. Did you need something?
いや、もう済んだからいい。それじゃ、先に学校に行ってるぜ。
Never mind. It's fine. I'll see you at school then. Huh? Koharu quickly slipped out of the room without waiting for a reply. He's really gonna help me? He had offered his help last night, but I hesitated to lean on him because of his duties as the spirit board. Mixed feelings of guilt and appreciation washed over me. I shouldn't keep Koharu waiting. I'll head out as soon as I finish breakfast. I went down to the living room and noticed both my mom and my sister relaxing on the couch. Morning!
おはよ
Good morning.
う。今日は早いのね。って、あら？どうして制服を着てるの？
You're up early today. Oh, why are you in your uniform?
もしかして寝ぼけて曜日間違えてる？
Did you forget it was the weekend? No, I'm heading to school. I knew my sister was teasing, but as soon as I answered, her expression
休
shifted.
みなのに用事なんて珍しいな。何かあんのか？
But like you go in on a weekend sometimes? Well, I hesitated, feeling awkward about discussing it in front of my mom, but I can't dodge this topic forever. I'm heading to school to explore potential career paths.
あ、なるほどね。あんたが本当にやりたいこと見つかるように願ってるよ。
I hope you find what you're looking for. Thanks, I hope so too. It was awkward and I found myself stealing a glance at my mom. Mom, yeah, right? I couldn't help but notice my mom's downcast expression. Mom, we talked about this. But she's still thinking about dad, huh?
お父さんがね、
Oh, we don't do
3つ
flashbacks
の
in this house.
私は。
She looked like that because she can't forget about what dad said in her dream. You know, about how you need to let the girl pick out her own path. Stop it. This isn't what I want. Gosh. How could you be so clueless? I know both Yukimaru and Toka said it's not what I think, but that doesn't make me any less curious about it. There's something I wanted to
あなた
ask.
は昔から何でもそつなくこなす子だったし、何でも向いてると思うのよね。
You've always been able to excel at everything. I'm sure if you put your mind to it, you can do anything. Huh? Mom spoke with such a seriousness that I tilted my head, puzzled. It seemed like she genuinely wanted me to find my own path.
アさん、なんでもじゃないって。運動はダメだから。
Seriously, Mom, do anything? Leah's terrible at
他の
sports
成績
because
は
of
全然
asthma.
問題ないのに、体育と運動会だけは成績不振じゃん。
She does well in every subject except PE or anything even remotely physical because of the asthma.
ああ、言われてみれば、そ
Come
う
to
だった
think
わ
of it,
ね。
you're right.
あなたって、どうしてか徒競走で転んじゃうのよね。
Leah, you've always managed to trip whenever you ran in school races. Come on, don't bring that up now. My shoulders slumped and both of them began laughing loudly. That got rid of all the tension. I smiled as I felt my heart start to lighten.
ねえ、進路が定まらないなら、あなたの好きなもので考えてみてはどうかしら。
If you're still unsure about your career, why not start considering what you enjoy? What do I like?
翼はファッションが大好きで、その道を進んでいるのだし、どう？
Tsubasa pursued fashion because she's always been passionate about it. What do you think? Oh no, did my stream drop? Hang on. Let me check. Let me check. No, we're fine. Okay. Everything's fine. Don't worry. We're good. Mom. Okay, I'll give it some thought. Thank you. Hearing my mom's advice made me so happy my voice cracked. This feels so nice. I couldn't help but smile and seeing that mom smiled
あ
back.
のね、もしお母さんが力になれることがあれば、遠慮しないで何でも言ってきてね。
If there's anything I can do to help, don't hesitate to ask,
今は
okay?
ちゃんとあなたを見ているから。
I want you to know I see you now. Her last words carried a hint of sadness. In a way, I kind of understood. Suddenly, I felt someone tap me on my shoulder. I glanced to my side to find Toka placing his finger to his lip in a shushing motion.
もう分かってるですよね。ただ、母上の言葉を信じればいいって。
You get it, right? All you need to do now is trust what your mom's saying to you. I think so. The reason why mom looked sad when she smiled probably had more to do with her guilt for how she acted before. The way she looked now when she gave me advice, like she was actually listening to me, I could tell those emotions were genuine. I see, that's what it was. I felt like I could finally trust that my mom had my best interest at heart. Thank you, Mom. You don't understand how happy that makes me. I'm sure I'm going to be asking you for a lot of advice.
そうしてくれると私も嬉しいわ。
I'd love that. Thank you, Leah. Mom had the biggest smile on her face as I returned it with my own. I didn't know the last time I saw Mom smile like that. It was all thanks to the three of them. They helped me talk to her. Oh my gosh. In the spirit world, we don't get spirited away at all. I glanced over at Toka once more. I smiled at him and Toka smiled softly back. After enjoying a lively family breakfast for the first time in a long time, I headed to school. I finally feel so much better. All the mixed feelings I had towards my mom had now completely dissipated. I saw the school gate and Koharu waiting in front of it. He's still in his kimono, that means he's in spirit form. I jogged over to him.
バカ面になってるぞ。
What's with that stupid grin? Was I really still smiling? I guess all the joy I felt before still showed up on my
まあ
face.
でも、そういう表情はいいかもしれねえ。バカ犬っぽくてね。
Baka in you, huh? Instead of Baka Neko. I guess that's dumb look suits you. You look like a happy, clueless dog. That's pretty harsh. Also, I'm pretty sure me talking to you like this makes me look even weirder. I whispered the words to Koharu, trying not to alert the people around us.
仕方ねえだろ。いくら人の姿でも、学校は部外者が入っていいところじゃねえ。だから我慢しろ。
No choice there. Even in human form, it's not like I could just walk into this school. You'll just have to get used to it. He has a point, I guess. I had to go into the school by myself and just let Koharu in his spirit form tag along. It was only way to make this work. It's kind of inconvenient not being able to talk. Oh, I know. How about I write my thoughts?
いらねえよ。表情で俺に伝えればいい。
No need to do that. Just show me what you're thinking with your expressions. That's
無
impossible.
茶言うなっていう顔だな。 当たってるだろ。
Like right now, you're thinking that's impossible. I'm right, right? I nodded and Koharu laughed, clearly in a good mood.
やっぱりな。お前は顔に出やすいから考えてることがすぐわかる。
I knew it. You'll always wear your heart on your sleeve. It's easy to know what you're thinking. Useful as that was for the present moment, I had mixed feelings about it overall. Starting tomorrow, I'm gonna have to work on my poker face.
ほら、さっさと行くぞ。
Come on, let's go. Koharu placed his large hand on my head. I let Koharu lead the way as I walked beside him. He touched me like this before, but I feel like this is the first time we've walked side by side together like this. Up until now, he had always walked a few steps ahead of me. Something about it felt new, filling me with joy, and I couldn't stop smiling. And I'm going to take 1 second to go take some Dayquil because my voice keeps cracking. I don't think that's going to fix it right away, but preemptive measures help prevent you from getting worse. So give me 1 second to run to the kitchen.
またバカ面になってるぞ。たく、なんなんだ。変な目で見られても知らねえぞ。
一式、どうしたんだ休みの日に。おお、それならちょうどよかった。一式に進めたいと思っていた進路先があってな。今少し時間いいか？そうか。なら職員室に行こうか。これが進めたい進路先の資料だ。
Silly, no! No! Wasn't an issue. I was muted. Sounds about right. I got up to take cold medicine. Of course, I'd forget to unmute my mic when I come back. I was muted. You touched me like this before. I felt like this is the first time we've walked side by side. There's that stupid grin. What's gotten into you? It's your fault I'm smiling. We couldn't talk, but this closeness felt comforting. Are you okay? Oh, I'm fine. It's just like I can feel it on the back of my throat. I keep clearing my throat, and so I was like, maybe if I take Dayquil, it'll help because I can feel it. I don't know if you can hear it, but I can feel it, and I feel like you can hear it because I can feel it. Does that make sense? Like I feel like there's something in my throat, which I don't know. I could be getting sick. It is that time of year where I start to get like a gravelly voice at some point. TLDR, they went to the school together. We're just gonna do that. Sorry, I was reading it, I swear. The teacher said, would you like to come to the office so we can chat about your career path? And I was like, okay. And so now I'm here. Here's some materials I thought could help you figure out what you want to do. Thank you, Silly, for saving me. Who knows how long I would have stayed muted. I thought I unmuted. I swear I did. As soon as I entered the faculty room, my homeroom teacher handed me an envelope filled with college pamphlets. It was thicker than I expected and held information about several different
就
schools.
職活動をするときに強い大学を選んでみたんだ。
I've selected a few colleges that could be beneficial when you start your job
文
search.
系に進むか理系に進むか、あと学部を何にするかで変わってくるが、一通り揃えてある。
And then I instantly cough. Things like which field you decide to study and what major you choose, all these things will impact your future. So I included a wide range. This is incredible. Thank you so much. You're welcome. I hope you feel better and hydrate as much as you need. I will consider hydration. To be clear, I did drink like half a bottle of water when I was in the kitchen, so this is incredible. Thank you so much. And a piece of cheese, naturally. Because if you're in the kitchen, you might as well eat a piece of cheese while you're there. I pulled out some of the pamphlets and noticed they were marked with tabs. Each one contained notes with recommended
ど
majors.
こにするか決めあぐねているなら、とりあえず就職率が高い学部に視点を置いてみるのもいいと思う。
If you're still deciding your direction, starting with colleges known for good postgraduate employment rates might be helpful. Oh.
あとは少しでも気になる学部があれば見学に行ってみるのも手だな。
If there are any majors you're even slightly interested in, it would be worthwhile to go and observe a class or two.
大学の雰囲気もつかめるし、自分に合った場所を選びやすいぞ。
Getting a feel for the college can make it easier to choose the right one for you. I see. It made sense to choose a college based on how many people found jobs off after. Go to college, get a job, work. I wonder when I step into the real world, will that truly be what I want to do? Thoughts of my mom and sister discussing their work came to mind. Whenever they talked about their jobs, they both looked genuinely happy. My mom beamed with pride in her work, and my sister's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was clear their joy came from doing what they love. Me, on the other hand, I knew it wasn't fair to compare myself to them. They were settled in their careers, and I was still trying to figure out what I wanted to do.
まあ、一式が興味を持てるようであればという話だから、選択肢の一つとして頭の片隅にでも置いておいてくれ。
Remember, only pursue this if it interests you. These are just options to keep in mind, that's all. Okay, thank you. I grabbed the documents he compiled and left the staff room. I stepped into the hallway and checked to make sure there was no one else around before talking to Koharu. I think I'll head to the library to review the stuff my teacher gave me. Koharu seemed preoccupied and didn't respond right away. He must have heard me, right? Koharu? I tentatively called out to him again, and eventually he met my
お前
gaze.
さっきの話を聞いてどう思ったんだ？
What do you think about your teacher's suggestion? I thought it'd be wise to at least consider what he said. I shared my thoughts and noticed Koharu's brow furrow with concern.
俺には考えるだけ無駄なような気がしてならね
I don't even think it's worth considering. That seems pretty
え。
harsh.
社会に出てからのことを考えてみろ。一日のうちの大半が仕事の時間になる。
Think about it. Once you're in the workforce, you spend most of your time working.
今の方法で決めちまって、お前は人生が楽しいと思えるのか？
You're gonna base your life on how likely you are to get a job out of college? Is that how you find what you'll really enjoy? I wondered that's what it would be like. Honestly, I have no idea. Perhaps the reason I thought about how much my mom and sister enjoyed their job was because I knew Koharu was right. But what kind of job should I choose to make my life enjoyable? And how can I get the same fulfillment that my mom and my sister have from their jobs? I'm here to say I'm ready to fight Ghost Boy. This bitch appeared out of nowhere. I almost done with chapter 8, but I literally stopped because Ghost Boy appeared out of nowhere and I had my fist up to fight. Okay, you said you're doing the red one, right? The red one. Is it the Ghost Boy that's invisible? That doesn't have a face? Let me phrase that right. Kuraha. Yeah, Kuraha. I was trying really bad not to say Koharu. I keep getting those two backwards, and I know they're not the same person, but it's the same numbers of letters, and they both have H's in it. Ghost Boy is the servant. Okay, yeah. I don't know. I thought he was very suspicious. I found him very suspicious. And I wasn't entirely wrong. He was suspicious. How can I get the same fulfillment that my mom and sister have from their job? Hiccups. Oh goodness. Okay. Just gonna start saving over this. There's no way I can get through all this with that many saves. I like him, but nah, this bitch appears out of nowhere like chill. I'm glad that I'm not doing this at night. Honestly, what I didn't like is how fast they trust him. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm a hard person to get to trust people early on. Like, I don't know your character well enough to be like, oh, this guy is chill. I can't. I'm too defensive to do that. But I'm just like, this guy just showed up and we're just fine with him being everywhere. All right. So many questions filled my mind. I want to turn my passion into my work. Oh my gosh, wait, I just remembered there was something I saw and it made me think of these games, and it was all like, well, that didn't go the way I expected it to, and it was like a choice, and one of the choices were, I can't leave you behind, and like they choose that and they're like, not like this, and then they pull out a gun and I'm like, oh no. And I was like, I feel that in my bones. I want to turn my passion into my profession. I couldn't imagine enjoying life otherwise, right? I'm just like, there's sometimes you make a choice and I'm like, that's not what I meant. I want to be like my mom and sister. I want to be proud of the work I do. Besides, choosing a college solely for the job I'll get after might mean missing out on enjoying college before I graduate. I don't want to end up studying something I don't care about, right? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Koharu staring at me and I turned to meet his gaze, so I want to start by exploring what interests me. After hearing that, Koharu gave a satisfied
いい目を
smile.
するようになったじゃねえか。
That's more like it. Sounds like you're focusing on the right things. You think so?
ああ。これまでは進路を探そうと必死になってる感じしかなかったからな。
Up until now, all you cared about was finding something, anything, as long as you knew what it
や
was.
っと自分のために考えられるよう
I'm
になっ
gone.
たん
I'm
じゃ
gonna
ねえか。
dropkick Ghost Boy for scaring me out of nowhere. Honestly, I wish there was more jump scares in this game. I would be down. I would be down for like if the chapter changes was actually just a jump scare. Now then, you're starting to think for yourself. You might have a point. I've been so focused on trying to figure out what I was going to do, I almost didn't even care about what came next.
ま、そうは言っても、その資料だって無駄にはならね
That said, I don't believe those pamphlets your teacher gave you are totally
え。先
useless.
生がわざわざお前のために用意してくれたもんだしな。見てみれば興味が湧くかもしれねえ。
Your teacher chose them for you. Looking through them might help you find something that truly interests you. Hearing Koharu's encouraging words, I smiled and nodded in agreement. Although... Alright then, I'll head to the library to start going through all these pamphlets. With Koharu's nod, I began walking towards the library. As we approached the first set of stairs, he stopped. I quickly turned to face him. He was staring intently at the stairs. Koharu? Curiously, I tapped him on the shoulder.
悪い。
Sorry. Oh, that's right! Koharu is sort of friends with Hibiki?
ああ、なんでもね
It's nothing. If it's nothing, fine, but is there something upstairs? Just as I was about to ask him what was going on, a student walked down the stairs next to us.
図書室だったよな。行こうぜ。
The library, right? Let's go. Koharu then took the lead. Running? I saw the moment to ask about his hesitation had passed and quietly followed behind him. No, not this one either. I'd been leafing through the pamphlets my teacher had put together for me, but nothing in them seemed to jump out at me. What about this next? I grabbed another pamphlet and a note on the cover caught my eye. Home economics, also a great career. Home economics. I wasn't exactly sure what that meant and I turned the page to learn more. Whoa, there are so many different majors. My fingers trailed down the table of contents and my eyes scanned the various titles. Nutritional science, that sounds kind of interesting. I could kind of see myself doing something like that. What exactly do you study? I noted the page numbers and flipped to it.
栄養学科か。そういうのに興味があるのか？
Nutritional science, are you interested in that kind of stuff? Not sure I'd say interested yet. Koharu's question caught me off guard, leaving me without an answer. I never really thought much about food. I mean, I do love sweets and the delicious food my mom cooks. As for my own cooking skills, the last time I was in the kitchen was when I attempted to bake cookies for Sayaka's birthday. I followed the recipe exactly, but the cookies end up burnt anyway. Still, I had a lot of fun making them. I felt like I learned a lot too. They tasted pretty good, even if they were a little crispy.
気になるならもっと詳しく調べてみたら。
If it's something you're interested in, maybe it's worth a look.
またあいつか。
Not her again. Her. Confused, I turned to see that Sayaka had walked into the library. Oh, hey Sayaka, what are you doing? You know it's the weekend,
気
right?
になる大学が何校かあってさ、先生に聞きに来てたんだ。
I was looking into a few colleges that caught my eye, so I went to ask our teacher about
そ
them.
こであなたも来てるって聞いて、顔を見に来たってわけ。
He mentioned that you were here too, so I thought I'd drop by and say hi. What? You found a new school already? We just got our new career pass and surveys yesterday. I was so impressed, but Sayaka seemed rather
いや
sad.
実は前からあったんだよね。でも一人で大学に行くのが怖くて避けちゃってたんだ。
I'd given it some thought before, but this one college I was considering, but I was too scared to go there alone. Don't tell me, is it because of what happened in junior high?
やっぱりバレちゃってたか。
Is it that obvious?
そう。あの頃のことがトラウマになっててさ。
Yeah, I think what happened back then kind of left a
行
mark.
きたいところよりもあなたと同じ大学に行って辛い思いをしないようにって。
Instead of choosing the college I really wanted, I thought about just going to the same one as you so I wouldn't be alone.
私そればっかり考えてたんだ。
That was the only thing I really thought about. Sayaka paused, then her face brightened with a big
で
smile.
もね、あなたのおかげで目が覚めたよ。今は自分が本当に行きたい大学を目指そうって。
But
そう
thanks
思
to
えるん
you,
だ。
I've had a change of heart. Now I'm going to pursue my dreams. I'm going to go to the school I really want to go to. I see. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
中学の時も今もあなたに助けられっぱなし。
You've really helped me so much since junior high, and honestly, you're still helping me. Kind of embarrassing, huh? That's not true. I began but decided to change the way I phrased it. I don't think I did much, but if I did do anything, it was only because you are my friend and I care about you, Sayaka. That's a better way to say it. She smiled in
やっ
response.
ぱりあなたはかっこいいな。
Pretty good speech,
Kondowa.
Thea.
私がそうならないとね。
I guess it's my turn
そう
now.
と決まればあなたの進路を決める手伝いをさせて。今度はノーと言わせないんだから。
Now that I've figured out my path, let me help you figure out yours, and I won't take no for an answer this time. Thanks, I appreciate it.
それでどこの大学のパンフレットを見ていたの？
Let's see, anything here catch your eye yet? Sayaka looked over the documents spread out on the table in front of me, and I tentatively pointed to one of them. This one, it seems pretty interesting. I started reading about it.
ほうほう。気になったっていうのは重要だね。
Well, if you're interested, that's probably a pretty good sign. You think? I mean, I think it's just kind of caught my
き
eye.
っかけなんてどこにあるかわからないんだから。自分でアンテナ張ってないと見逃すかもよ。
You never know what's gonna inspire you. That's why you gotta keep your antennas up. Otherwise, you might miss it.
だから少しでも気になったりしたら詳しく調べてみていいと思う。
If
それで
something
初め
piques
て
your
興味
interest,
があるかわかるんだ
it's
から。
worth exploring. That's how you find out if you're passionate or just interested. That makes sense. I feel like she's onto something there. Until now, I hadn't really considered things I was only mildly interested in. I always thought there had to be a more definitive moment or realization when deciding what I wanted to do. Or at least that's what I convinced myself it would be like. All this time, I'd been too scared, too cautious. I'd been worried I'd wasted my time chasing things I was only mildly interested in.
それってあなたらしい。真面目に考えすぎて空回りしてたんじゃない？
That's typical of you, though. Overthinking to the point of confusion, right? Koharu burst out laughing.
なかなか鋭いな。さすがお前の親友だけある。
Guess she's got you pegged, right? Doesn't she? Guess that's why you guys are friends. Come on, not you too,
こ
Koharu.
んなこと言ったらいけないかもだけど、これが最終的な将来じゃないって思うんだ。
Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I don't see this as my final future either.
もしかしたら5年後、10年後は今思い描いてるものじゃなく全く違う仕事をしてるかもしれない。
You know, in 5 to 10 years, I might be doing something completely different than I imagine right now.
それならとりあえず今自分がしたいことに飛び込んでいろんな経験をしつつ楽しもうよ。
And if that's the case, why not dive into something you really like, experience all kinds of different things, and enjoy the journey? You're right. My eyes returned to the pamphlet on the table. For now, I think I want to keep moving in that direction, something related to cooking or food. I glanced at Sayaka, who smiled and nodded in approval. I'm glad I could talk to her about this. Maybe it wasn't so bad to lean on others. I was finally realizing this.
そういえばバースデープレゼントにクッキーを焼いてくれたことがあったよね。あれすっごく美味しかったよ。
Remember when you made those cookies for my birthday? Those were super good. I was just thinking about that while I was looking through this pamphlet.
それは奇遇だね。
What a coincidence. I know, right? Making those cookies were tough, but I had so much fun doing it. After burning the first batch to the crisp, I spent a lot of time figuring out where I went wrong. With some trial and error and recipe adjustments, they finally came out tasting great. I remember how fulfilling it felt. Sayaka, my sister, and my mom all loved them. Their smiles as they ate made me so happy.
楽しかったならまた作ってみなよ。あれ以来挑戦してないの？
If you enjoyed baking so much, why not try it again? Have you baked anything since? I haven't. I always meant to, but after seeing how much everyone loved the cookies, I wanted to bake more and more. But then Mom was really pushing me to focus on studying for Seigen. I got caught up in my fears about the future. That's why I never got around to
ねえ
baking.
ねえ、私の誕生日にあのクッキーまた作ってほしいな。
Will you bake me those cookies for my birthday again this year? It's been so long, I don't even know where the recipe
俺
went.
が教えてやる。
I can teach you. Huh? I nearly blurted the words out loud, but quickly shut my mouth. I glanced at Koharu, who was smiling
興味
softly.
があるなら挑戦してみろ。
If you're interested, why not give it a shot? His little bit of encouragement was all I needed. Well, if you don't mind the cookies being a little different, I'll give it a shot.
はい、やったー。って言っても私の誕生日はまだまだ先だけど。
I can't wait, but my birthday's still a ways off. That's perfect, actually. It gives me some time to practice. I'm really looking forward to this now. The idea of putting my heart into something and having others enjoy it, I felt a long, forgotten feeling of excitement bubble up within me.
見えてきたな。
Are we finishing this route? Not today. There's no way. Unless his chapters are like really short. There's no way. But I'm hoping to get at least to chapter 7. So get through 5 and 6 and get to the start of 7, because then I have 2 chapters I can finish on the next stream. Looks like we're on the right track. I nodded subtly, hoping Sayaka wouldn't notice. I'll start researching as soon as I get home. Koharu. Seeing Leah and her friend enjoy their conversation, I couldn't help but smile along. Maybe there's not much left to worry about. Yukimaru would definitely be pleased. Speaking of which, why does it feel like I'm doing his job for him? That guy definitely owes me for this. I wonder what comes next for me. I've still got my duties as the spirit board. Once this all gets sorted, there won't be a reason for me to hang around Leah anymore. I felt my heart ache at the thought and let out a small sigh. I knew this would happen right from the start. Best to wrap things up here soon. With that thought in mind, I looked away from her smiling face. Oh no. It was nearly lunchtime, so Koharu and I decided to head home. I invited Sayaka, but she had some additional things she wanted to look into, so we parted ways at school. As we walked back, Koharu transformed into his human form. I had no idea you knew how to bake cookies,
作っ
Koharu.
たことはないが、作り方なら知ってる。
I've never made cookies before, but I get the general idea. Really, I'm surprised you're interested in
お前
baking.
のせいでな。
I blame you. What did you say?
なんでもねえ。とりあえず作り方はネットで調べてあるから安心しろ。
Nothing. Anyways, I already found a recipe online, so we're good. Online, huh? Now that I think about it, he did ask to use my laptop last night. So, were you looking up recipes last night? Is that why you wanted my laptop?
そうじゃねえ。昨日のはあれだ。他の料理を調べたくてだ。
I was looking up some other recipes to try. What kind of recipes?
それはあれだ、
That's-
あれ。いなり寿司だ。
The thing, rice stuffed tofu? Really? Maybe you can show me how to make a nari sushi sometime. What? You don't want to?
いや、ダメじゃねえよ。しっかり教えてやる。
I didn't say that. Sure, I'll show you how.
くそ。また調べるのかよ。
Damn, now I need to look it up again. I had no idea you like sweet stuff, Koharu. I would have never expected it. I wonder if it's a recent thing. Oh, by the way, there's this cafe nearby that makes really delicious parfaits. Want to go with me next time?
へえ、そりゃ興味深いな。これまでそういう機会がなかったから行ってみたくはあるが。
That sounds interesting. I've never really had the chance to go to a place like that
お
before.
前が落ち着いてからの方がいいだろ。進路がやっと見えてきたんだからな。
We should probably wait until the whole situation is figured out. Feels like we're finally getting somewhere with it. My chest felt warm as I realized that Koharu was putting me first again. While I started to enjoy thinking about my future, I'm more excited for what comes
おい
after.
またバカ面になってるぞ。
Death? There you go, looking like an idiot again. Why are you always so
って
mean?
言われてもな。今日はにやけてばっかりじゃねえか。
You say that, but you're the one who had that dumb grin on your face all day. Being with you just makes me happy, okay? I can't help smiling when you're around. Happy now?
バカ犬らしいな。
Sounds like something a dumb dog would say. There you are, being mean again. Fine, if it makes you happy, I'll try not to smile from now on. Is that better? I pulled the corners of my mouth into a frown, but Koharu took my
しな
hand.
くていい。
You don't have to do that. Huh? I was convinced he was gonna say something like, good, I don't want to see that dumb face. He noticed my surprising quick let go of my hands.
お前はヘラヘラしてるくらいがちょうどいいんだよ。
You look best when you're wearing that goofy grin. Why do you keep calling it goofy? What's your problem with the way I smile? You keep saying I look like an idiot.
くそ。面倒だな。
This is so exhausting. He muttered under
ほ
his
ら、あれ
breath.
だ。犬ってのはアホ面してる方が可愛いだろ。
You know, it's like dogs are the cutest when they're being silly. Dogs are cute no matter what they do.
まったく。だから、お前は笑ってる方が可愛い
I don't
っ
want
て
to
こと
I
だ
don't want
よ
to。hear that though. I'm just saying you're cuter when you smile. His outburst was out of frustration, but his words hit me like a pause button. Did Koharu say I look cute when I smile? The Koharu, always grumpy, pouty Koharu? Caught off guard, Koharu's cheeks flushed red and he quickly averted his eyes.
お
Damn
前に
it.
ここまで言わせたのはお前くらいだ。恨むぞ。
The fact that you made me say that means I'm seriously going to haunt you even worse now. What? How is that my fault? You're the one who can't be honest about how you really feel. You didn't have to call me a dumb dog. You could have just said I was cute from the beginning.
俺が素直に言うとでも思ってんのか？
You think I'm the type to just talk about my feelings? An open and honest Koharu.
そういうお前が可愛いと思うぜ。
Find that side of you adorable. No way. Not even if hell froze over, and those were the only words he could
お
speak.
い、今想像してただろ。
Did you just imagine me like that? No.
変な風に思うんじゃねえぞ。
I don't want you getting the wrong idea. Perhaps because he was embarrassed, Koharu didn't say another word and abruptly ended the conversation. Still, I snuck a peek at Koharu, then quickly looked away. He thinks I look cute when I smile. Now, whenever I look smile in front of him, I'll probably feel self-conscious. I could feel my cheeks heating up, but he said he still sees me as his dog. I was reminded of Sayaka's dog, Tonodamaru. Cute like a puppy, huh? The whole thing felt like emotional whiplash. Koharu's words could be so cruel, yet they had such a sway over me. Oh my gosh. I'm home!
主様
Master! As we entered the living room, Yukamoto ran up to
二人
us.
だけでどこに行っておったのだ訪ねてきたら誰もいなくて
Where did you two go without me? I tried to find you and found myself all alone. Sorry, Koharu. I went to school.
謝ることなんてねえぞ。来るのが遅えやつがいけないんだからな。
Don't apologize to him. It was his fault for being late.
だって今朝はちょっぴり寝坊してしまって
If you must know, I was busy sleeping.
主様は休みと聞いていたものだからもう少し寝てもいいかなと
I knew you had the day off, Master. I figured I could sleep in a
二度寝
bit.
かましたってことか。
So you overslept. Either way, it's still your fault. Seeing Yukimaru's pad reaction, I couldn't help but giggle. Don't worry about it. Koharu was helping me think about my career, and I think I found something.
おおそれはめでたいことじゃ
It's wonderful. What is it?
と
Well,
りあえず着替えてきたらどうだ。今日はもう学校には行かないんだろ。
why don't you go get changed first? You don't need to go back to school today, right? He's still in his human form. Is my family gonna walk in? Right. After I changed, I planned to head downstairs, but Yukimaru seemed too eager to wait, so I invited him into my room and filled him in on everything that happened at school.
ほう主様はそちらの方面に興味があったのだな
I see. So this is the field you're interested in,
まだ
Master.
決定したわけではないがよかったの主様
Although it hasn't been decided yet, I'm very happy for you, Master. Thank you. Seeing Yukimaru look so happy brought a smile to my
実は
face.
な主様の進路決めについて我から提案があったのだが
I actually had some thoughts on your career path too, but
それはもう必要ないようだな
I suppose we don't need them anymore. I appreciate you thinking about it for me. But like you said, nothing's been decided yet, so I might still end up needing your help.
いやそれはないだろうの今日の出来事を話す主様からとても良い気を感じたのでな
I doubt it. Watching you talk about what happened today, you had a very good aura about you. Did I?
ああ明るく眩しいほどの気であったぞそれに良い顔をしておった
It was so bright just now, almost blindingly so. You had such a nice expression. Yukimaru was so enthusiastic that it made me hopeful about my future. Maybe I could really make this work. Of course, I wasn't planning to decide anything based on Yukimaru's reading of my aura alone. I need to think about things through for myself.
それにしてもこれで主様が幸福になる日も近いかもしれんの
This must mean the day you find happiness isn't far from now.
嬉しくもあり寂しくもあるのだ
It makes me both happy and a bit sad. Sad? I tilted my head and Yukimaru nodded.
主様が幸せになれば我の任は解かれるそうなればここを去ることになる
If my master is happy, then my purpose here is fulfilled, and when that happens, I'll have to leave. That's right, I totally forgot. Once their roles are fulfilled, they'll leave. I should have known, but it had to completely slip my mind. At first, I wanted them gone so badly, but now I've grown used to having them around. I was unexpectedly enjoying my life with them. Why does my face feel hot?
邪魔するぞ。昼飯温めて。
I'm coming in, I warmed lunch, and just as Koharu peeked in through the slightly open door, my vision blurred. I feel dizzy. I was about to collapse when Koharu
びっ
caught
く
me.
りさせるな。転びそうになったのか。
Don't scare me like that. What, did you trip on something? Seems it. I've always been clumsy. I tried to brush it off, stop them from worrying when Koharu said,
気をつけろよな。怪我でもしたら大変だろうが。
Be careful, will you? What would you have done if you got hurt? Sorry. His concern warmed my heart, but I also felt a little guilty. What was that just now? But by the time I could stand on my own, the strange sensation had dissipated.
主様 本当に転びそうになったのか？体調が悪いとか。
Are you sure you tripped or do you feel sick? Yukimaru looked concerned. Please don't worry. It was nothing. Yukimaru tilted his head as he gently touched my
す
cheek.
む、熱はないようだな。
You don't seem to have a fever. See, I told you I'm fine.
転びそうになったあたりで主様の顔が赤かったような気がしてな。まあ、なんともないならいいのだ。
I noticed your face flushed right when you swayed, but as long as it's nothing serious, I guess it's okay. It showed. I guess the warmth I felt wasn't just my imagination.
とりあえず昼飯温めたから早く降りてこいよ。
I've warmed lunch, so come down soon. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have done that. When I apologized, Yukimaru quickly rushed out of the room.
飯じゃ飯。
Yay, food!
てめえのじゃねえって何度言ったらわかる。
Seriously, how many times do I have to tell you it's not for you? I stood and watched Koharu and Yukimaru bicker as they left the room. I really don't feel like I have a fever. Maybe it's best to just forget about it. What shook me more than anything else was the realization that our time was drawing to a close. Happy as I was to feel that I made progress in my future, I hadn't expected that would mean losing them at the same
浮か
time.
ない顔ですけど、何かあったです？
You look sad. Did something happen? I hadn't realized Toka had sat down next to
学
me.
校では楽しそうにしてたのに、どうしたですか？
At school, you seem to be having a lot of fun. What happened? No, it's not. How do you know what happened at
学校
school?
に行くのは知ってたですから、仕事の隙を見て様子を見に行ったです。
I figured you'd go to school, so I dropped by to check on you while I had free
高
time.
校生が決まってよかったって思っていたですが、もしかしてまだ悩んでいるです？
It was nice seeing you make progress on your future. There's something about it that's bothering you now. It's not that. It's not about my career path. Is my time with Toka also coming to an end?
進路以外の悩みとは、
Worried about something other than your career path?
あ、笑ってしまってごめんなさい。でも、進路以外で悩んでるなんて、あなたには珍しい出来事、新しい変化で、
I apologize. I shouldn't laugh. It's just rare to see you stress about something other than your future. It's a nice change of
ず
pace.
っと見守ってきた僕としては嬉しいのです。あなたの時間が動き出した証拠だから。
As someone who's been watching you for a long time, it's good. It shows you're making progress. I guess you're right. I do feel like I'm starting to move forward. I just hadn't anticipated it would happen like this.
おい、昼飯が冷めちまうぞ。それと雪まろに全部食べられ。
You better. Your food's getting cold. Plus, Yukimaru's gonna eat it all if you don't come quick. Koharu peered into my room again.
なんだ、10日もいたのか。
Toka, you're here too?
いたら悪いですか？
Is that a problem?
彼女とこうして話せている間は、何と言われようともここにいるです。
I want to take full advantage of being able to talk to Leah like this while he can. He's right. I should enjoy the
お
present.
前の場合、姿が見えなくなってもそばにいるんだろ。
I bet you're gonna stay by her side even when she can't see you, huh?
ふふん、その通りなのです。
Exactly.
暇な神様だな。
For God, you sure have a lot of free time.
むむ、仕事はきちんとこなしてるです。
I'm doing my job just fine, thank you.
そうかよ。てか、
Is that
それより
so?
も
Anyway,
おい、何ぼさっとしてんだ。さっさと降りてこい。
yo, Leah, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and come downstairs. With that, Koharu left, prompting me to follow him. And if our time together was limited, I wanted to spend as much of it as possible with him. All we have is now. After lunch, I brought my laptop down to the living room to explore some more career options.
主様、部屋でやらなくてよいのか？
You sure you don't want to do this in your room, Master? I'm more comfortable down here.
なら、俺は散歩でも行ってくるか。
I'm off for
僕
work.
もお仕事に行くです。
Yes, and I should be getting back to work.
我はテレビでも見るとするかの。
Guess I'll watch some TV.
ほら、
Hey. Koharu snagged Yukimaru by the collar as he settled in
お
to watch
前も来
TV.
るんだよ。近くでテレビなんて見られたら気が散るだろうが。
You're coming with us. It'll be too distracting if you're watching TV next to her.
まったく、迷惑極まりないあやかしですね。ほら、
Aw, honestly.
ですよ。
You're such a nuisance of a spirit. Come on, let's go. Wait a minute. I just want you to feel like you have. I don't want you to feel like you have to tiptoe around me. I'd prefer having you all close by, offering your advice. I knew I could do this alone, but I hoped they would stay. Not knowing when our time together might end, I wanted to cherish every moment with them.
ほれ見ろ。我は主様の考えが分かっていたのだぞ。
See, I knew what the master wanted better than any of you. Saying it is one. Says the one who was going to watch TV. I chose to keep that last thought to
うー
myself.
ん。そういうことなら、
In that case,
あなたのためならば、僕だって時間を惜しみません。
if it's for your sake, Leah, I have all the time in the
い
world.
や、あんたは仕事だって言ってただろ。
Didn't you just say you had work to do?
サボるです。
I've decided to skip work. Can gods just skip work? Toka is. It's okay if you have to go.
僕がいたらダメなんですか？
You don't want me around. Aw, when he looked at me with those puppy dog eyes, I just can't say no. It's totally up to you.
やったー。それじゃあ、張り切って調べていくです。
Yay! I'll do my best to help you.
いいのか？騒がしいだろ。
Are you sure about this? It's gonna get noisy. I'd prefer it that way. You're staying too, right, Koharu? Koharu scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly.
ああ、手伝うって約束したからな。
I did promise to help. What a relief.
主様、どうせならケーキのレシピも調べておこう。
How about we look up some cake recipes
何言
too?
ってるですか？今調べるのはレシピじゃないですよ。
What in the world are you talking about? Now's not the time to look up recipes.
雪丸の頭脳は必要ねえな。テレビでも見ておとなしくしてろ。
Yukimaru, the adults are talking. Go watch TV.
バカにするでない。我だって本気になれば。
Don't make fun of me. If I put my mind to it, I know I can do a good job. Everyone huddled around my laptop and our lively discussion began. This is nice. I knew the time we'd remain together would be short, so I tried to savor it. Time flew by. Soon the sun had begun to set, casting orange hues across the room. Okay. I'm all signed up for the campus tour. That feels like a big step forward. Thank you so much. I couldn't say for sure, but depending on how the tour went, this felt like a major step forward.
それじゃ、俺は散歩にでも行ってくるかな。
Think I'll take that walk now. Can I come with you? I got up to follow Koharu, who looked at me surprised.
疲れてるだろ。家で休んでた方がいいんじゃねえか。
Aren't you tired? Maybe it's better for you to take a break at home. I am, but I'm also craving something sweet from the store. Plus, a walk sounds nice. The excuse sounded plausible enough. Please let me come with you. I longed to walk with him again, just like this morning. I wanted to spend time alone with him and be comforted by the warmth of his
お前
presence.
が一緒なら、化けねえとな。
If you're coming a guest, I should transform. Once he said that, he immediately transformed into his human form. Thank you so much. I couldn't hide my relief and smiled, which had Koharu looking surprised once
そ
again.
んなに喜ぶことじゃねえだろ。
It's not that exciting. Oh, oops, guess I was a little too obvious.
主様、我の分も所望する。
Master, will you buy me something from the store? Yukimaru wants a snack. Yeah, of course.
どういう風の吹き回しだ？
What's going on with you? It seemed my enthusiasm from before piqued his curiosity. I'm too embarrassed to tell him the truth. What do you mean? Koharu didn't reply, but continued to stare at me as if trying to discern my real emotion. I just wanted to spend time with you, since we'll be parting ways soon. When I finally confessed my true feelings, Koharu let out a long sigh.
なんだ、そういうことか。俺はてっきり。
So that's what this is about. Thought it was about something else. Like what?
いや、なんでもね。
Nothing, forget it. But that Koharu steamed forward. I hurried behind to catch up to him. I wonder what he was going to say. I want to ask, but I know he won't tell me. As I thought these things, he spoke.
それにしても、最初は帰れって言ってたのにな。今では散歩についてきたがるほどになったか。
First you couldn't wait to get rid of me, now you want to go on walks with me. I know, right? I was so scared of you before.
お前、怯えてたもんな。
You're terrified, but look at you now, all smiles. I suppose I have the three of you to thank for that. I've learned so much from you guys. You've been such a big help. Even though it wasn't for long, I've gotten so attached to all of you.
それなら、俺もわかる。
Yeah, I know what you mean. Koharu's eyes wavered, his tone
別れな
melancholic.
ら俺は何度も経験してきたからな。
Goodbyes are tough. Believe me, I've experienced too many to count. That's right, he mentioned the hauntings he had had in the past
今
before.
日はお前と結構一緒にいたよな。明日は雪丸といてみちゃどうだ。喜ぶぞ。
We spent a lot of time together today. Why don't you spend some time with Yukimaru tomorrow? He'd enjoy it. With Yukimaru, I felt a sharp pain in my heart. Maybe Koharu doesn't mind being apart from me. I want to be with you, Koharu. I like spending time with you. My voice was shaky. I was so nervous, but I knew I needed to say it. Embarrassed, I could hardly look up, but I wanted to see Koharu's reaction. I timidly glanced up at him. He flushed bright red and turned his face away.
これは反則だろ。
Damn it, that's not fair. What do you mean?
わかんなくていいんだよ。
Doesn't matter. My controller vibrated. He spoke gruffly and grabbed my hand.
さっさと歩け。お前に合わせてると夜になっちまう。
Hurry up and walk. If we keep going at your pace, we won't get home till midnight. He didn't look back, but continued to pull me by the hand. I don't know what's happening, but is he dodging the question? It wasn't a question. I'd gathered all my courage to say those words. I didn't want to just let him get away with saying nothing. I also want to go for a walk tomorrow. I want to spend more time with you. Yeah, Daddy, let's go. You know, he is old. He is a spirit. He's older than Hibiki because Hibiki knew him as a ghost before he was a ghost.
わかったから。いちいち言葉にするな。こっぱずかしくなるだろうが。
Okay, I get it. You don't have to say it like that. You're embarrassing. Then how should I have said it?
ああ、
Well. See, you don't know either.
考え中なんだよ。
Give me a
黙って
second.
ろ。
I'll take a spirit zaddy any day. I mean, one, he grants a wish, right? Sort of. No, wait, he doesn't do the wish. He just does the haunting and answers questions. Take all the time you need. He fell into a silence. Not that I minded, even silence with him was comforting. As Koharu searched for the words to say, I glanced down at our intertwined hands. His hand felt warm and I smiled. I hope I can hold hands with him like this tomorrow too. I tried to sear the memory of how my hand felt in his so I could think back on it long after he was gone. Damn it, Leah's saying stuff like that. Lost in thought, I somehow led us to the beach. She said she wanted to be with me. I never heard those words from someone I haunted in the past. Some were sad to part ways, but this was different. How was I supposed to react? I honestly wasn't sure. Am I still not allowed to talk, Koharu?
もういい。話したかったら話せ。
Forget it, talk if you want. After I said that, Leah paused before speaking. I'm sorry for bothering you. I guess I got a bit carried away. About tomorrow, don't worry about it. Damn it. She looked so sad when she said, don't worry. How could I not
わ
worry?
がままなくらいでいいんだよ。その方がわかりやすくていい。
Being honest, it's fine. It makes things easier. Then can I keep being honest with my
仕
feelings?
方ねえから許可してやる。
Fine, I'll allow it. Thank you. Her smile was like a flower blooming after the rain. What the hell? How is she so adorable? What's wrong?
なんでもねえよ。
Nothing. If I don't haunt Leah, I'll be able to stay by her side much longer. What am I thinking? That's why I'm here. I'm supposed to haunt her. Gosh. Koharu, if you sigh so much around me, it makes me sad.
ああ、悪い。 もう少ししたらコンビニ行って
Right.
帰るぞ。
Sorry. Let's head to the store. Okay. I tried not to sigh, but I couldn't stop thinking about what the future might hold for us. What could it be? Okay. I thought I broke something. I copied that to my bed. The following morning, Koharu watched as I got ready for school.
忘れ物はねえか？
Did you forget anything? Nope, I'm good. Don't forget, we're going for a walk when I get home today.
お前、昨日からそればっかりだな。散歩の後も寝る前も同じこと言いやがって。
How could I forget when you've brought it up so many times since yesterday? I think you've said it even in your sleep. Koharu was right. I was so excited about our little walk. I felt like a kid before a big school field trip. I'm sorry, it's just that I've been really looking forward to it. After saying that, Koharu looked away and then coughed
楽しみ
awkwardly.
なのは結構だが、俺は約束をたがえることはしねえ。
It's fine that you're excited and all, but you should know that I'll never break a promise to you.
というか、あやかしからすると当たり前に守るものだ。
As the spirit, it's kind of impossible, really.
初めから交わさない。
Our word is our bond. We never agree to something we can't
それ
fulfill.
ほど約束ってのは大事なもんなんだよ。
That's how seriously we take promises. Oh, I had no idea. Although it was an ideal that everyone should live up to, I found his seriousness
だ
impressive.
から、お前をたたるっていう約束もきっちり果たすから楽しみに
My
してお
promise to
け。
haunt you will also be kept. I hope you're looking forward to that too. He grinned as he said it, and I couldn't help but feel intimidated.
そんな怖がらなくていい。適当に軽いもんでも考えてパパッと終わらせるからよ。
Don't look so scared. I'll come up with something simple and get it over with quickly. Really? Actually, that doesn't really help at all. I'm still scared. Hey, wait a minute. What happens to you after you've done it? Koharu's expression froze for a moment. Then he quickly pretended as though everything was
お前
normal.
から俺の姿を今後一切見えないようにしてから消えるだけだ。
After ensuring you won't see me again, I'll just vanish. That's all there is to it. What do you mean ensuring that I won't see you again?
俺は雪丸やトウカと違ってな。自主的にお前から俺が見えるよう術をかけてるんだ。
Unlike Yukimaru and Toka, I specifically cast a spell so you can see
だ
me.
からお前をたたったらその術を解く。
After I'm done haunting you, the spell is lifted. Then just don't haunt me. I couldn't help but say the words out loud, surprising not only Koharu but myself as well.
そんなにたたられるのが怖いのか。少し怖がらせすぎたか。
Are you really that scared of me haunting you? Did I seriously make it seem that scary?
安心しろ。さっきも言ったように軽いものにしてやるから。
Don't worry, like I said before, I'll make sure that it's not too intense. That's not really the issue. Wait, then what is the issue? I already knew he can't haunt me forever. Why did I even say that? I struggled to understand my own feelings. All I was sure of was that holding him back would only cause him trouble. Nothing too scary. Trying to conceal my internal turmoil, I forced a smile. Anyways, I'm heading out. Bye. I dashed out the house almost as though I was fleeing from Koharu. If I had stayed and chatted longer, I feared that I might have said it to him. Huh. I walked to school, my feet felt like lead. Haunt and hiatus, it's like dine and dash. I want to talk to the manager of the spirit world. To be fair, you can only get haunted once, I guess. Or rather, my mind is a total fog. The sensation was familiar. Just yesterday, I was hit by a sudden fever in my room, but it quickly subsided. I kind of feel like that right now. It wasn't like I was feeling sick. My heart felt as if it were being crushed. It was painful. Not a physical pain, but maybe more of an emotional one. What could this be?
おい、
Hey, Leah, what do you want? I spun around to see Koharu hurrying towards me.
すぐ気づいてよかったぜ。ほら、弁当。テーブルに置きっぱなしだったぞ。
Glad I caught you. Here, you forgot your lunch on the table. He offered me my lunchbox. Sorry, I was in such a rush I didn't even notice.
母親が早起きして作ってくれてるんだ。今度から忘れるなよ。
Your mom woke up early to make this for you. Make sure you don't forget it next time. Got it, thanks. Just as I was about to accept the lunch from him, our hands brushed against each other. As soon as I grabbed the lunch from him, Koharu quickly took my hand. Huh?
お前、どうしてこんな暑いんだよ。
Why do you feel so warm? Warm? Ignoring my puzzled reaction, Koharu reached out with his other hand to feel my cheek. He suddenly touched me, my heart leaped. Koharu!
家に戻るぞ。
We should get you back home. Wait, hold on. Before I knew it, he had pulled me back towards home. What's gotten into you?
熱を測るやつ。
The thing that checks your body heat, where is it? You mean a thermometer? It's over there. That's a... I moved to get it, but he grabbed my hand and quickly steered me to a chair.
俺が持ってくるから、お前はここに座ってろ。いいな。
It's your hand, my man? No, because she had fainted the other day, too. So she had started to faint, and she's like, oh, I must have just lost my balance. Stay seated, I'll get it, understand? Okay. I put it to Koharu to where we kept the thermometer, and he quickly retrieved it. Do I actually have a fever? He certainly was acting like I did. Truth be told, I felt like something was wrong. Yet I hadn't expected him to act so concerned. From what I knew of Koharu, I thought he'd say something dismissive like, you're fine, just sleep it off. I feel guilty for making him worry, yet a part of me is glad. Is that mean?
あったぞ。ほら、
Got it, here.
これで測ってみろ。
Take your temperature. I accepted the thermometer and followed his instructions.
あんまり高いようなら、病院に連れて行った方がいいか。
If your fever's high, it might be good to go to the hospital. He spoke under his breath as he waited for the results, and I quickly replied, that's unnecessary. I feel a little feverish, but not weak or anything.
軽く考えるんじゃねえ。お前に何かあったら。
Don't downplay it. If something were to happen to you, the thermometer beeped, stopping Koharu.
見せてみろ。
Show me. He reached out, but I checked the results first. 97.7 degrees. It's normal. I gave the thermometer to Koharu and he looked at it
そ
doubtfully.
んなはずねえ。さっきのお前は異常なほど暑かったんだぞ。
That's not right. You felt much warmer than that. Definitely not normal. I mean, the thermometer doesn't
い
lie.
や、狂うってこともある。
It might be faulty.
もう一度測ってみろ。
Try again. Okay, seeing him look at this worried, it made me feel guilty. And the feverish feeling I had before is gone. First in the bedroom and now this. It kind of is unsettling. The second reading confirmed that my temperature was normal, leaving no room for doubt. Seeing this, Koharu finally left me alone. Or so I
今
thought.
からだと遅刻か。悪いな。俺の勘違いで引き止めちまって。
If you leave now, you'll be late, huh? Sorry, that's my fault. It's fine. I already called the school. I should be able to make it to first period, so it'll be fine. Are you really planning to walk me to school? His concern lingered, and he insisted on accompanying me.
お前に何かあったらいけねえからな。嫌だろうが、我慢しろ。
I can't risk anything happening to you. I know you don't want me to, but just deal with it. I don't mind. Actually, I'm glad he's here. I knew he'd be upset if I said that out loud. I'm sorry for worrying you, Koharu, but I'm feeling fine, so please, don't worry. Koharu patted my head in his usual manner, hearing my
大丈夫
pleas.
ならいいが、それでも学校までは遅らせてくれ。
As long as you're okay, that's all that matters, but I'm still taking you to school. Okay. His look was gentle and my heart tightened. It was a different ache from before and it left me puzzled.
お前は心配かけまいと気持ちを隠すことがあるだろう。だから信用できねえんだよ。
You tend to mask your feelings, making us worry. That's why I can't take your
危
word.
なっかしくて放っておけねえ。もっと周りに甘えるってことを覚えろ。
You push yourself too much, and I can't overlook that. You need to learn to lean on others more. I didn't realize he felt that way. Learn to rely on others, huh? Can I rely on you? Can I rely on you, Koharu? I gathered the courage to ask him, and Koharu averted his gaze.
まあ、お前が、俺なら遠慮なく甘えられるって言うなら、それでもいいが。
If you don't hold back, then I guess it's fine, but hearing his response, I felt a rush of excitement. Got it, I'm relieved to hear that.
おう、そうか。
Okay, good. Although I still felt shy, I couldn't hide my joy. A smile naturally formed on my face. I won't hold back with you from now on, Koharu, except expect me to lean on you a lot. Like a lot.
目いっぱいかよ。
A lot.
そりゃ骨が折れそうだな。
That sounds exhausting. Get ready.
お前には参るな。
You're really something. Chatting with Koharu made the walk to school fly by. I wish we could just keep talking. I knew I shouldn't wish for that, especially after making him worry and being late for school.
こっくりさんで呼び出されない限り、お前の家にいるから、異変を感じたらすぐ電話をかけてこい。
I'll be at your place unless someone summons the spirit board. If you feel off, you better let me know.
俺が迎えに行くから、いいな。
I'll come and pick you up, got it? He's a little overprotective, isn't he? That only made me feel even happier. Ugh, why are you so
そ
worried?
んなの決まってるだろ。お前が大事。
Isn't it obvious? It's because you're special?
大丈夫か気が気じゃねえんだよ。
I mean, I'm especially concerned, that's all. I see.
なんで落ち込むんだよ。
Why the long face? I thought you were about to say I was special to you, but that wasn't the case. Really, I do appreciate your concern, even though it makes me feel a little guilty. I'm really happy to know you care. Maybe it's because it's you, Koharu. I quietly remembered the last part, and suddenly Koharu playfully ruffled my hair with his fingers. I thought that was gonna be a hug. What?
こっちは大変なんだっつうの。
You're really putting me through the ringer, huh? Stop, you're messing up my hair. Stopped his hand, shooting him a slight annoyed look. I caught sight of Koharu's flushed face and took a step back in
じゃあ
surprise.
な。
Later. I was too stunned to respond and watched him as he slowly walked away. What? Was he blushing? My heart started racing. A wave of happiness washed over me. No way. I couldn't be sure of the exact reason for his reaction, but if it was what I thought, I'm so happy. It was then that I knew just how deeply I cared for him. No. Are you kidding me? Did I seriously almost just say that out loud? I almost let it slip that she was special to me. She looked so sad and caught me off guard when she said those words. And what Leah said to me, it made me happy? Wait a second. My heart fluttered for a moment back there. I need to calm down and sort all this out. I find her so adorable when she smiles. I worry about her when something's wrong with her. I've tried to find ways to stay by her side for as long as
思い当
possible.
たる節ばっかじゃねえか。
So obvious. I yelled the words out loud, and everyone around me turned to look at me. Shit, I completely forgot I was in my human form. I quickly left the area, found a secluded spot, and transformed back into my spirit form.
たく、動揺しすぎだろ。
This is really throwing me off. I stood there, lost in thought, gazing up at the sky. I knew I was getting emotionally attached, but I'm beginning to think her feelings for me they're more like romantic feelings. That's why I've tried to be careful around her.
元か。嘘だろ。
Can't believe I'm starting to feel the same way. Going forward, I had to act normal. I couldn't let Leah know. Otherwise, only harm would come to her. I needed to feign ignorance about her feelings, and at the same time keep my own in check.
悪いな。
Sorry, Leah. I didn't have the courage to say I'd find a way to make her happy. That's a lot. That was really heavy. Despite being late, I managed to make it to school just in time for first period. Before long, I was eating lunch in the cafeteria with Sayaka. I took my lunch out and laid it on the table. As we ate, we chatted about our future plans. Thanks to her encouragement yesterday, I mentioned signing up for a campus tour, which made Sayaka really excited.
あなたの進路が決まってきたのもだけど、力になれたのがすっごく嬉しい。
I'm so thrilled you're putting yourself out there. I'm glad I could help. Seriously, thank you so much. I'm so glad to have someone to talk to, Sayaka.
進路もこれで少し安心できたし。ねえ、久しぶりに息抜きしない？
Considering all the progress you've made, how about we relax a little bit? Sayaka's enthusiasm gave me a pause. What are you plotting?
タクラムなんて人聞きが悪いな。私はね、一緒にコックリさんをやろうって提案しようとしていただけだよ。
That's rude. I just thought we could have a little fun playing with the spirit board. See, I knew you were up to something. Absolutely not. No
お
way.
願い、コックリさんと対話してみたいんだよ。
Please, I want to talk to the spirit board a little. Come on. You've already bothered him. I kept that thought to myself and simply shook my head. The spirit board isn't a toy. If you botch the ritual, you could end up in serious trouble. What's wrong?
なんか変だなって。
Nothing. It's just
い
strange.
つものあなただったら、やだよ、一人でやってって言って適当に流すのに。
Normally, you'd say something like, no way, do it yourself, and brush the whole thing
今は
off.
それ自体を危惧したり、必死になって拒否したり。なんか違和感。
But now you're acting like you don't want me to do it at all. You're taking it very seriously, which is just kind of weird. Really?
まさか。前にコックリさん教えたとき、本当はやってたんじゃないの？
Don't tell me you tried the spirit board after I mentioned it to you before, didn't you?
それで実際に間違えて大変な目にあったとか。
You somehow messed up the ritual and actually got into trouble. Of course not. If I had really gotten into trouble, how would I be able to talk to you like this, huh?
ま、それもそっか。
You do have a point. Sayaka seemed to buy my excuse, and I released a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close.
でも諦めないんだからね。
But I'm not giving up, you know. Huh? It seemed like the conversation had only spurred Sayaka's curiosity. Once she got like this, it was hard to get her onto another topic, but I knew I had to follow Koharu's command. I have to stop anyone who's trying to use a spirit
そ
board.
れはそうと。ねえ、私に隠してることあるんじゃないの？
Speaking of which, you've been hiding something from me, haven't you? As she asked, a sly grin creeping up her face. What now? She's scary. What do you mean? I'm not hiding anything. Aside from the fact that I've got 3 spirits living at my house. I tried to play it cool, but Sayaka's grin only
今朝のホーム
widened.
ルームの時にね、窓の外をちらっと見たら、小春さんとあなたがいたんだよね。
During homeroom, I glanced out the window and I saw you with Koharu. You what?
あなたにもとうとう彼氏ができたか。寂しいけど嬉しい
So you finally got a boyfriend. I'm a little jealous, but also super happy for you. As she teased me, I felt my face heat up. He's not my
な。
boyfriend.
なんだ、付き合ってるのかと思った。いい雰囲気っぽかったし。
From what I saw, it looked like there was something going on, a vibe. Is that how it looked?
遠目だったけど、仲良さげにじゃれ合ってるように見えたよ。
From a distance, it seems like you two are very close. I mean, I don't think we were being flirty or anything. Having only recently became aware of my own feelings, I started feeling self-conscious.
まんざらでもなさそうだね。これは付き合うのも時間の問題かな。
Well, at the very least, we know you've got feelings for him. It's only a matter of time before you two become a couple. A couple. I don't think that'll ever happen. We're gonna have to part ways eventually. That thought pierced my heart. Oh no, it's happening again. I'm feeling
ごめん、
dizzy.
からかうように言っちゃって。二人を見ていたらそうなのかと思って早合点しちゃったね。
I didn't mean to tease you. Seeing you two together, I just assumed you were a couple. Guess I jumped the gun. It's
大
okay.
丈夫な顔してないよ。
You don't look okay. Probably because I don't feel okay. My head spun and the table seemed to loom closer as I swayed. Before I knew it, I had slumped over face first onto the table.
どうしたの？
Leah, what's wrong? Sayaka's voice seemed to drift
誰
away.
か先生を呼んできて
Someone get a teacher quickly! What's going on with me?
気がついた先生来てください
You just show up and you just laugh. Blue, wow, that's so dark. She's waking up. Nurse over here. Sayaka. After I heard Sayaka's voice, I heard footsteps approach and the school nurse
石木
appeared.
さん大丈夫？返事をして。
Mrs. Shiki, can you hear me? Are you alright? Yeah, I'm okay. I must have passed out. I appeared to be in the nurse's office. I've never passed out. Fun fact, I guess, about me. I don't know what it's like. It feels very dramatic because I only see it in stories usually. Like, so exhausted that you faint. Things like that. I'm like, how does that happen? I guess someone carried me here and laid me down. Gingerly, I sat up to see Sayaka and the school nurse beside my bed. I'm sorry, I'm feeling better now. I still felt a bit warm, but it's not as bad as
貧
before.
血かしら。熱はないようだったけど、心配だったからお家に電話を入れたわ。
Could be some form of anemia. You could seem feverish, but just be safe. I've contacted
保
your
護者の
family.
方が迎えに来てくれるそうだから。そ
Your
れまで休んで
guardian
な
will
さい。
be here to pick you up, so you can rest until then. With that, the school nurse stood up and left my side. My guardian? Could that be Koharu? It's gotta be Yukumara, right? He mentioned that he would be home, so I figured it was likely him.
よかった急に倒れるから焦ったよ
I'm so glad you're alright. I was so worried when you collapsed. Sorry to worry you, but I'm feeling better now. I tried to smile to reassure her, but Sayaka's expression remained
あの
concerned.
時話し続けてごめんね体調が悪かったなんて知らなくて
I'm sorry for talking so much earlier. I had no idea you were feeling
も
sick.
しかして今朝も小春さんと登校してきたのは体調が悪かったから送ってもらったの
Did you come to school late with Koharu this morning because you were feeling bad? Yeah, that's right.
ほんとごめん二人のこと茶化すように言っちゃって
Oh no, I feel terrible. I really was just teasing about you two. You don't have to apologize, Sayaka. You didn't know. Besides, Sayaka's guess was accurate. Thinking back to our conversation in the cafeteria, my heart ached again. At the same time, the feverish feeling returned.
私あなたのカバンとか取ってくるねまだお昼休み中だからさ
I'll go grab your bags and stuff. We're still on lunch break. Wait a minute. I felt a tinge of loneliness and stopped her. About what we talked about earlier, I think I might need to talk to you about Koharu if that's okay. It was becoming too much to handle alone. My heart ached too much. Sayaka gave a warm smile and took my hand.
いつでも聞くよ辛かったら支えるし何でも言ってね
Of course, I'm here whenever you need to talk, and if you're hurting, I'm here to support you. You can tell me anything. Thank you. Sayaka's kind words helped ease the uneasy feeling in my chest. See, I feel like Sayaka deserved more of a presence in this game. Like, she needed to be the friend you called on more. She nodded, smiled, and let go of my hand, ready to leave. But then she paused and looked back
小
at me.
春さんの気持ちはわからないけどでもね私が二人を見たところで言うと脈はあると思うよ
I don't know what Koharu feels, but from the outside looking in, it sure seems like he cares about you. I thought back to Koharu's expression. It certainly seemed like he felt the same way about me. Did Sayaka say that too? I couldn't know for sure. Besides, even if he did feel the same, the truth is we literally came from different
だ
worlds.
からね伝えた方がいいと思う小春さんにあなたの気持ちが響いたならきっと関係に変化が訪れるはずだよ
That's why I think you should tell him about how you feel. Who knows? If you reach out to him, things might shift between you two. Shift? Could that... Hey, really? Sayaka's words sparked a flicker of hope in me. If I keep these feelings buried and never express them, I might regret it later. It was selfish, but even if there was no future for us together, I still wanted to convey my feelings to him. You're right. It's worth a try. Maybe I'll talk to him.
そうだよ
Absolutely.
陰ながら応援してる
I'm rooting for you.
それ
Thanks.
じゃあカバン取ってくるね
I'll grab your bag, okay? Okay, thank you. I noticed the fever sensation from before had vanished entirely. I felt perfectly normal. Hydrate.
そうなのね。
The school nurse did mention I did have a fever. Could this be tied to my emotions? Could it? Soon after, Sayaka came back with my bag, followed by my homeroom teacher who came to check up on me. A few minutes after that afternoon bell rang, Koharu ran in to pick me up. Ran? He ran here. Koharu and I left campus together. Just as we passed the gate, he took my hand.
今は熱がないみたいだな。
Your fever seems to be gone now. Sorry you had to come get me, but I do feel better now. Honestly, I'm not acting tough or anything.
そうは言われてもな。倒れたって聞いた後では信じられねえぞ。
You say that, but do you really expect me to believe that after I just got word that you fainted? I guess. I guess.
こんな
Hear
こと
me
な
out.
ら
Maybe.
休ませるんだったな。
If I had known this would happen, I would have made you take the day off. Sorry, I should have known. I can't stop imagining it. Wait, what? It's not your fault. I should have taken better care of of how I felt. Despite saying that, I still didn't know what had triggered it. Seriously, what's going on with me? Being so uncertain about it was making me uneasy. Could it be some sort of illness? Fighting, I shuddered. When she fainted. Oh yeah, just like, oh my gosh. Just like stand up and fall down because she's like, you got a crush on a boy. She's like, no, I don't. My imagination is dramatic. Blue, sketch it. Sketch a reenactment. Do stick figures, it's fine. Face planting. Head meets table. Is there food? That's the real question. Frightened, I shuddered, prompting Koharu to tighten his grip on my hand.
寒いなら俺の上着を。
Are you cold? Take my jacket if you need it. If I take your jacket and you turn back more into your spirit form, does the jacket stay? It's not that. I'm okay, seriously. I feel totally normal right now, which means I don't think I need to go to the hospital. But I know you're not going to believe me.
どういう症状か聞いてなかったよな。詳しく話してくれ。
I never asked you to describe the symptoms before. Tell me about it. Okay, well, it starts with sudden dizziness, then I feel feverish. I try to recall everything I felt leading up to when I passed out. Then my head feels like it's spinning, but today was the first time I actually fainted because of it.
待て。今日が初めてじゃないのか。
This isn't the first time you felt this way? No, it started yesterday. Honestly, I feel fine. Just a few days ago. Haru began to think deeply, his brow furrowed. He seemed fixated on the one point in particular.
他に気になったことはあるか。
Anything else you've noticed? There's one more thing. These episodes, they end quickly. It's almost like nothing was wrong.
ってことは、今なんともないってのは本当なんだな。
So when you say you feel fine now, you really mean it. Exactly. The school nurse even took my temperature. I don't have a fever. I popped off my arm thing. She suggested I might be anemic, but somehow I don't think that's right.
まさかな。
Could it be? Did something ring a bell?
いや、なんでもね。
No, it's
と
nothing.
りあえず、家に帰るぞ。またいつ倒れるとも限らないからな。
Let's just get home. We don't want you fainting again. Fine. Koharu seemed especially cautious. He didn't talk much and kept close to me as we walked slowly. It was a small gesture of his that let me know just how much he cared. The walk we were going to take. We promised to go for a walk together today. I reminded him, knowing how serious he took his promise. He looked taken aback, then smiled softly,
お前は
mumbling.
優しいな。自分が辛い状態だってのに。
You're so considerate even when you're not feeling well. I'm still no match for you, Koharu.
どういうことだ？
What do you mean? How should I explain it? I don't think I've ever met anyone as kind as you. I mean, who else takes care of a person they're meant to haunt? That's really amazing. And it's why I've fallen for you, she said internally. I kept that last thought to myself and merely smiled at him instead. That's why I'm actually glad the ritual went wrong. It led me to meet you. I felt my cheeks warm, but I wanted to make my feelings clear. I watched red creep across Koharu's face. It's just like this morning.
たたられてから評価するんだな。お前は俺の恐ろしさをまだ知らねえだろ。
You'll see, I still haven't haunted you yet. You just don't know what I'm capable of. I'm so scared. I'll be sure to try and brace myself.
余裕じゃねえか。こりゃたたりがいがありそうだぜ。
You seem pretty confident, makes you an interesting haunt. In all honesty, the haunting wasn't my main concern. The fact that we had to part soon was. A shadow crept into my heart and I did my best to push it away. Pleasant haunting. Honestly, I've gone to my second haunted house experience this year, and once again, I walked through the entire thing giggling. It's pleasant every time for me. I'm sure there's one I can go to that's gonna scare me, but... And there was some jump scares. I will say I had some jump scares, but like overall, I'm just like smiling the whole way through. Like, hi. Hello, person who's just jumped out at me dressed like a zombie. Hello. I just want to know how I feel about him. I regained my composure and smiled again, trying to keep the look he once called cute. I'm determined to smile until the very end. I wonder if I can ask him now. Mind if we stop by Tsukumo Shrine? I'd like to pray for good health. I chose my words carefully. I didn't want to make him worry
神
anymore.
に祈るんなら家にいんだろ。
You want to pray to a god? We have a god at home. You want to stop for food? We have food at home. I thought of Toka. That's true, but Toka is a different kind of god. I didn't know much about the kind of thing. I said it anyways. I would never make it to the front door of a haunted house. Really? Do you scare easily?
ま、俺がついてるんだから、あと少しくらいならいいか。
As long as I'm with you, I guess we don't have to head straight home.
お前が寒さで震えたら温めてやるし、倒れたら担いでやる。
See, that's sweet. Look at us. Koharu, you and I. If you get cold, I'll warm you. If you faint, I'll carry you. Just don't wander off.
あ
Understood.
と、少しでもおかしいと感じたら引き返すからな。
And if you start feeling even slightly off, we're heading straight back. Deal? Deal.
嬉しそうに笑いやがって。まあ、お前はその方がいいけどよ。
Nice to see you with a smile again. It suits you better. He held my hand and we began walking. I couldn't stop smiling all the way back to the shrine. Upon reaching Tsukumo Shrine, we made our way inside the compound to pray.
そういや、雪丸と出会ったのは。
You met
ここだって
Yukimaru
言
here,
っていた。
right? Yeah, that's right. I didn't actually see him at the time, but I heard that Toka was there too. I thought back to the ritual. It all feels like it happened so long ago, even though I'm sure it's been a few days. It's only been a few days. So much
ま
changed.
さか、そのお祓いが原因で、あいつらが見えるようになるとはな。ここの神主はすごい人間だぜ。
It's strange to think an exorcism ritual led you to seeing them. The priest must really be something. I had always suspected that was the case, but it seemed the ritual was indeed the reason I was able to see them. Does that mean when the ritual effects fade, I won't be able to see them anymore? A wave of loneliness washed over me, as if a cold breeze had swept through my heart.
お前にとっては因縁のある場所だな。
Guess this place is pretty important to you now. Initially, the encounter felt like nothing but trouble. But the more I got to know everyone, the more my perspective changed. Now I'm so grateful I'm able to meet each of you.
お前は変わり者だな。
You sure are a strange one. I could tell he wasn't being snide and was genuinely amused. I always thought I was the only one who was happy I met them. Koharu, are you happy we met? I gathered my courage and asked him directly. Upon hearing me, he blushed and looked away. Is he feeling shy, or does he just not know how to respond? Because of my strong feelings for him, I found it so hard to read him. Ask again. End the conversation. is it that tough to answer? I asked again on Koharu's side.
たく察しろよな。
You just can't give up guy a break, huh? He muttered and I drew in a short breath. Seeing him clearly embarrassed, I quietly nodded, knowing what he wanted to say. I'm relieved. For a moment, I felt happy. I'm going to pray at the shrine. I'm going to redo my choice. Sorry, maybe that kind of is hard to answer. I smiled and let go of his hand. Ending our conversation, I walked to the offering box. I'm gonna pray. I turned around, but Koharu swiftly took my
無理
hand.
して笑おうとすんな。
Don't try and force a smile.
そういう顔はあんまり好きじゃない。って俺のせいだよな。
I don't like seeing you make that face, and yet I know it's my fault.
俺はお前と出会えてよかったと思ってる。気遣って言ってるわけじゃねえ。本当だ。
I'm glad I met you. I'm just not saying that. I mean it. Cross my heart. That makes me happy. Hearing him say those words, I smiled, and Koharu's expression softly, clearly relieved.
その顔。俺が好きなのは。
That's the face I
So
like. Like? Hearing the words, my heart skipped a beat. In that case, I'll try to look like this all the time.
それはちょっと怖いだろ。てか、俺と一緒にいる時だけでいい。他のやつに見せなくてもいいだろ。
Terrifying. Don't do that. Just wear the smell when you're around me. No need to share it with anyone else. Really?
ああ、そうだ。これは命令だからな。
That, yeah, really, that's an order. An order, huh? Seems like a bit much. I pouted and Koharu laughed. I walked up to the offering box with him and prayed for my health and one more thing. It was for the man that stood next to me. Please give me the courage to tell him how I really feel. After I made my wish, neither of us said a word, but as we headed back home, we walked hand in hand. The whole way? Laced or cupped? After we left the shrine, I held hands with Leah and the two of us headed home. It seemed like she was doing fine. I can't believe I said that to her. It was all because she looked so glum. She really throws me off. Don't show that smell to anyone else. I definitely went way too far, but that thought of Leah smiling like that for anyone else. Koharu, is something wrong?
あ？何がだよ。
What are you talking about? It's just you look so intense right now. I drew in a sharp breath.
何言ってやがる。ほら、笑ってるだろ。
What are you talking about? See, I'm laughing, aren't I? I guess so. Leah's laugh was strained. I could tell my own laugh sounded forced too. How should I smile and act normal around her? I always get such mixed emotions, I just can't handle it. But I knew I couldn't afford to leave just yet. Not until I figured out what was wrong with her. Forget about haunting her. I'll stay by her side for now. Then I can say goodbye without worrying. You're what's haunting her. In a different way. I got home with Koharu and immediately noticed a sweet scent wafting from the living room. Do you smell that? It smells so sweet.
ああ、そうだった。勝手をして悪いが、台所を使わせてもらったぜ。
I hope you don't mind. I made myself at home and used the kitchen. You cooked something. Based on the smell, he must have baked something. I'm looking forward to this.
クッキーを作ってみたんだ。ほら、お前に教えるって言ってただろ。
I made some cookies. Remember I said I'd show you how?
教える側が一度も作ったことないってのはおかしいと思ってな。ま、練習だ。
I felt odd about teaching you something I'd never done myself, so I decided to give it a go. Wow, that's so thoughtful. Thank you so much. How did they turn out?
俺に失敗の2文字はねえからな。
Failure's not my vocabulary. Ready to give them a try?
そんじゃ
Absolutely.
紅茶も用意するか。お前は着替えてこい。
Great, I'll get some tea ready too. You go ahead and get changed. I nodded happily and hurried to my room. Excited, I found myself giggling as I changed when I suddenly heard loud yelling.
なんてことしやがる。今日こそ飯してやるからな。
Somebody ate my cookies. And I too would be screaming like this if someone ate my cookies. Actually, the place we went to, okay, hang on. The place we went to in Tucson for the anime convention is a Doubletree hotel. If you've ever stayed at a Doubletree hotel, they give you cookies when you check in, and we were bartering with cookies. I might have mentioned this already, and I don't care because I will talk about their cookies forever. Me and my sister will book Doubletree hotels because we like their cookies. And we got extra cookies. In fact, I still have some cookies. I put them in the oven and make cookies out of them. Oh, I got ads. Oh, wait. What? What do you put in the oven? Wait. I'm loving this route. I also love this route. What do you make cookies out of? Actually, I took off the notification that tells me that ads are playing when they're playing because I feel like they were distracting me too much. It pops up on my board. I need to get a second PC monitor and then I can spread stuff out. But right now, whoever ate my cookies. Oh, okay. Hansel and Gretel style. I like this. I like this. I get it. All right, people cookies. Got it. Flesh cookies, if you will. That's. I don't know. I don't think I've had a meat cookie before, so I don't know how well people translate into cookies. But I've had a meat pie, so that could work. What the hell did you do, you bastard? That's it. You're dead. Ah, hearing Koharu intensely yelling, I couldn't help but jump. What was that? I rushed to finish changing and ran to the living room. What's going on? I jumped into the living room to find Koharu with his hands gripped around Yukimaru's collar.
悪かったと申しておるだろう。一つだけと思っていたのがどうにも止まらぬでな。
I already apologized. I told myself I'd only have one, but I couldn't help myself.
今からお前の口を縫ってやるから動くんじゃねえぞ。未来英語を開かないようにしてやる。
That's a different route. Honestly, that's a different route. I like it. It's not the best route, I won't lie, but let me help you. I'll sew your mouth shut and make sure you don't speak another word for all eternity. Hold still.
恐ろしいことを言うでない。こうして謝っておるではないか。
Calm down. You heard my apology right now, right? Right? I don't know where he got that from, but Koharu had a needle and string in hand. Hold on a minute, please. Let's all calm down. I got in between the two and grabbed Koharu's arm. Reluctantly, he stepped away from Yukimaru.
おお、主様、我が救世主。
Master, you're my savior. Yukimaru ran up and hugged me.
おい、そいつから離れろ。触るな、殺すぞ。
Get away from Leah. You touch her, I'll kill you. Yukimaru crouched away from Koharu, and I immediately peeled his arm away from me. Did something happen? Koharu let out a huge sigh before responding in an exasperated voice. Man, I don't know why my brain was not doing that one. My brain didn't like that word for just a second.
ユキマロのバカタレが作っておいたクッキーを
This
全部
idiot
食っちまったん
Yukimaru
だ
ate
よ。
all the cookies I made. I knew that happened. I just thought about cookies though. Sorry, that was not related to this. I want wedding cookies. Dude, it's been so long since I've had wedding cookies. Is that all? I was disappointed, but given how upset Koharu looked, I was relieved that it wasn't anything serious.
そんなことだと？お前に感想をもらったら作り方を見直して、それから教えようと思ってたんだぞ。
Is that all? I wanted your feedback and was going to adjust the recipe based on that. He had put so much thought into this for me.
おほう、菓子を作るのは珍しいと思っておったが、そういう理由があったのか。
Thought it was strange you were baking, so that's why you did it. Yukimaru, you should show a little more remorse.
すまなかった。大変 美味なる味でありました。
I really am sorry. They were just too yummy to resist. Despite his phrasing, he did appear genuinely remorseful. Koharu Yukamaro does seem like he's sorry. How about you forgive him?
お前にそう言われたら許すしかないじゃねえか。
Fine, if you insist, I guess I can let it slide this time. Great. How about we still enjoy some tea? I always love the way you make tea, Koharu. Though Koharu still seemed a little bitter, he let out a wary smile.
ああ、また明日作り直しだな。たく、ここを去る前に早くやっておきたかったってのに。
Guess I need to make more tomorrow. Man, I really wanted to hurry up and get this done. He muttered to himself, but I froze. Hurry up and get it done?
ほう、明日も作るのか。ならば我もご商売に預かろう。
You're baking again tomorrow? Good! I have a few suggestions for how to improve the recipe. I'll be looking forward to tasting your progress.
だーちち、熱い。こら、我の手に紅茶をかけるでない。
Ah, don't pour tea on my hand.
ああ、悪い。今のうちに召しておこうかと思ってな。
My bad. I just figured this was as good a time as any to start trying to get rid of you. As the two bickered back and forth, Koharu's words lingered in my mind. Am I just a nuisance to him? After we spent the day together, I had begun to believe we felt the same. No, I should be happy just to express my feelings. As soon as I thought I might be nothing more than a bird to him, I felt my heart be engulfed in darkness, and I fainted again. Oh, my vision blurred and my head started spinning. Oh no, not this again. My legs gave way and I slumped onto the nearby sofa, feeling faint. Koharu noticed my half-collapsed state and acted quickly. His hand gently cupped my
雪丸
cheek.
体温計がそっちのテーブルにある。持ってこい。
Yukimaru, there's a thermometer on the table over there. Bring it here. Without a word, Yukimaru immediately moved. When he had handed me the thermometer, I checked my temperature. It was surprisingly normal. Koharu then carried me to my room and gently laid me on my bed. Both Koharu and Yukimaru stayed by my side as I laid in bed. I feel so cold. My body felt hot, yet strangely it was cold to the touch. The thermometer said I didn't have a fever. What's happening to me?
今、どんな気分だ？
How do you feel? Trying not to shiver, I replied. I feel feverish, but my body doesn't ache or anything. Something's not right. I don't feel sick. But I've never experienced anything like this. Maybe I should go to the hospital.
病ではないか。
But you're not sick.
主様、ここ最近我々以外の怪異と触れ合ったりはなかったか？
Master, have you encountered any other ghosts or spirits recently? What? Why do you say? Ask. His question caught me off guard as I shivered. Yukimaru wore a grave expression on his
もしや
face.
あやかしや幽霊に当てられたのではと思ってな。
I wonder if a spirit or ghost might be influencing you.
体温計のこともあるし、そっちの方面で考えるのがいいかもな。病気みたいな感覚がないってのも気になる。
Given the normal temperature, we should consider the paranormal. It's strange that she doesn't feel sick, though. Their concern made me anxious. I don't recall encountering anything. I'm so cold.
我は少し出かけてくる。他のあやかしに主様の症状を聞いて回ろう。
I'm gonna head out for a bit. I'd like to consult some of my other spirits about your
あ
condition.
あ、頼む。俺はこいつについてる。
That's a good idea. I'll stay with her in the meantime. Yukimaru nodded and left the room. Thank you. I silently thanked him and snuggled deeper under the blanket.
どうした？寒いのか？
Still feel cold? Yes, even under the covers, I'm freezing. With that, Koharu suddenly moved
あんまり
closer.
こういうのは慣れてねえが、ことがことだ。
I'm not used to this, but considering it's an emergency, he's crawling into bed and holding me. Koharu pulled back the blanket and joined me in the bed. He's not wearing his jacket. I was so surprised I nearly
俺
stopped
は人間
breathing.
じゃねえが、あやかしにも体温はある。体温ってのは温めるのに適してるだろ。布団よりも早く温められるかもしれねえ。
Ominous. Even though I'm not, human spirits still have body warmth. It's quicker to warm someone up with body heat than with a blanket. Oh, I see. I understood why Koharu was doing this, but having him so close embracing me, I couldn't help but feel nervous. He held me tightly, trying to warm me. I was grateful, but he's gonna hear my heart pounding. She looks very despondent. Also, where's the blanket? I knew my heart must be beating louder than ever before.
少しは温まってきたか
Do you feel any warmer? His ear's extra pointy now. I don't think I'll warm up that quickly.
まあ、そうだよな。あ、苦しくはないか。きつく抱きしめすぎていたら言ってくれ。
I guess you're right. Are you comfortable? Let me know if I'm holding you too tight. No, I'm okay. I knew he was only doing this to warm me up, but my heart might get the wrong idea. Does he still think I'm a nuisance? I just couldn't figure out what he felt. The uncertainty was painful even as he held me
早く
close.
良くなってくれ。お前がこんな調子だと。ちまで落ち着かねえ。
Please hurry up and get better. When you're like this, I only feel on edge. I'm sorry for being such a nuisance. Fearing I was bothering him again, my worries slipped out and my guilt overwhelmed me. I shouldn't have said that. But then he hugged me even
バカ
tighter.
言ってんじゃねえ。面倒なんて少しも思ってねえよ。
Don't be silly. You've never been a nuisance to me.
だから、遠慮しねえで甘えろ。どんなに心配をかけられても、俺はお前を嫌わねえから。
Oh my goodness. I just saw that Blue said I like Koharu. I got too invested, I guess, and missed that. Don't hold back. Lean on me as much as you need. Worry me as much as you want. It's not gonna change how I feel about you. Thank you so much. His words meant so much to me. Dude, is he a contender? Could he beat Koyo? Could Koyo be knocked out of the top spot? I felt tears welling up in my eyes, and then Ah! Koharu, I love you. The words just came out. Even I was surprised at how naturally they flowed. I was immediately filled with doubt. Is this really the right time to say that? But it was too late. I'd already spoken the words, held in his embrace. I couldn't see his face. Perhaps that was for the best. You don't have to reply. Then, mid-sentence, the door opened with a loud slam.
高熱で倒れて意識不明で大変だって雪丸さんが
Shikamaru said you had a fever and you fainted. Toga barged in suddenly and Koharu leapt up from the spot on the bed.
急に入ってくるんじゃねえ。
Don't just barge in like that. I also quickly got up, but Toga's eyes grew wide as he saw the two of us together. What? Huh? What? This is...
誤解すんなよ。寒さで震えるこいつを温めていただけで。
It's not what it looks like. She was cold. I was trying to warm her up. Frantically, the two of us scrambled for words, each shouting over the other. Toga seemed to understand inside.
よかった雪丸さんが大げさに言うから心配で仕方なかったです
That's a relief. Yukimaro made it sound serious. I was really worried there for a
で
moment.
も思っていたよりはいいみたいですね顔色もいいみたいだし
You look much better than I expected. Your color seems to have come back nicely. Fearing that, I paused. Now that he mentioned it, I feel totally fine now. I wonder why. I was shivering just moments ago, and now I feel totally fine. Haru touched my cheek, his face filled with
熱は
relief.
引いたみたいだな。寒気はどうだ。
Looks like your fever's gone too. How about your chills? I love this. You love this. Like, I love the, oh gosh, what's it called? This is like the slice of life. If they weren't spirits, this could feel like just a normal story. Actually, I feel much better. I wonder what happened. Maybe Koharu's hot body did the trick, or I mean Koharu's body heat. Ha 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 ha. Just the body heat, not his body that's hot. I expected Koharu to blush or get embarrassed, but instead he just frowned. Why? I totally confessed my feelings to him. I completely forgot. I panicked and his face was filled with consternation? That's not a word. That's a word, but like that's not a word.
consternation.
I said it right, but I'm still mad. Koharu, about what I said.
とか、悪いがこいつを見ててくれないか。ちょっと調べたいことができたから出かけてくる。
Toka, could you watch it for a little while? I need to check something and have to step out for a bit. What?
はい、もちろんです。僕が責任を持って彼女を
Yes,
守る
of
です。
course. I'll keep her safe. Is he really that desperate to avoid me? I looked at the floor in despair, then I suddenly felt his warm hand patting my head. I looked up to see Koharu smiling at me like he
ちょっと
usually did.
遅くなるかもしれねえが、必ず戻ってくる。お前の病に関して心当たりができたんでな。
Is he Buki? Wait. Is he Bicky? Haunting me? Oh my god. Wait. Is he trying to kill me? Because he's like jelly bears? Because like, you're friends with my best friend now and I want you dead. It might be a while, but I promise to come back. I think I know what's going on with you. I see. I was about to apologize, but instead, okay, I'll be waiting, thanks. I thought he'd prefer to hear that, so I smiled and thanked him. Koharu nodded and returned my smile. Take care.
ああ、行ってくる。
Will do. See you later. With that, he left, promising to return. I held on to that promise and did my best to send him off with a warm smile. Instead, we're just gonna have girl talk with Toka. Toka, how are you? The next night, both Koharu and Yukimaru were still gone, trying to find out what was wrong with me. For my part, all I could really do was focus on my future career path. Alright, I think this turned out pretty good. I stared down at the cookies I had just made, smiling to myself. I used the leftover ingredients Koharu gave me to make this. I wonder how they taste.
わあ、美味しそうな匂いがします。
Ah, that smells amazing. I tried baking some cookies. Hey, would you mind trying them and telling me what you think? Koharu said he'd teach me, but I didn't want to just wait and sit around doing nothing, so I want to surprise him when he gets back.
もちろんです。嬉しいな。最後にあなたの手作りクッキーが食べられるなんて。
Absolutely, I'd love to. It would be my honor. What a great way to commemorate our parting. Our parting.
美味しい。あ、そうだ。あの喫茶店のアルバイトですけど、母上に話したです。
This is delicious. By the way, have you talked to your mom about the part-time job? Yeah, I spoke with her this morning. She's supportive and gave her blessing. Now I just need to visit the cafe and ask about it.
よかったです。着々と自分の道を歩いていけてますね。
That's wonderful. Nice to see you take such an active role in your future. It's all thanks to you. You were the one who suggested I take a part-time job. I was now pretty serious about considering a pastry. I was now pretty serious considering becoming a pastry chef, and Toka had suggested I should try working at my favorite cafe. Someone's gotta.
よかったらさ、うちでバイトし君が来てくれ。
That's a flashback. We don't do flashbacks. Who would have thought Toka was there that day listening to that conversation? So much time had passed since then, I didn't know if the offer still stood, but if the owner said yes, I'd be
あ
so
なたの
excited.
力になれたなら、それに勝る喜びはないです。
If it could be of help to you, Leah, nothing would bring me greater joy. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to you. Not just for helping me find my path, but for watching over me too. Toka seemed overwhelmed by emotion and his eyes started to fill with
言わない
tears.
でおこうと思ったですが、明日には神主さんによってかけられた払いの効果が消え、僕は見えなくなるです。
I wasn't going to tell you this, but by tomorrow, the priest exorcism effects will fade and you won't be able to see me anymore. What? Tomorrow? That's soon. Toka nodded, his eyes still watery, but he
僕は
smiled.
変わらず、あなたを見守っています。姿は見えずとも、そばに。
I'll keep watching over you, don't worry about that. You may not be able to see me, but I'll be here. I couldn't stop it. It was already decided. My vision began to blur. No, I want to keep smiling. Each moment my eyes are filled with tears is a moment I can't see Toka. No matter how hard I tried to keep my feelings inside, tears began falling from my eyes. Toka brushed away my tears with his fingertips, and without thinking, I took his hand. This isn't goodbye,
も
right?
ちろん以前のように戻るだけです。変わったのは僕がそばにいるのをあなたが知っているということ。
Of course not. Things will just go back to how they were before, except now you'll know I'm by
そ
your
れって
side.
すっごく嬉しいです。これからもずっと一緒です。
And that makes me very happy. We'll continue to be together, I promise. He said, smiling, and I finally managed to smile back. And that means I won't be able to see Yukimaru anymore either. But he said we would part when his role of guardian spirit was complete. I'm here to say I finished Kudaha's route, listening to the credits and waiting for the one choice. The one choice, see Kodaha or every ghost. Ah, yes. Which is funny that you get two endings that way. I mean, one's the good ending, but I don't know. I think seeing all the ghosts is fine. She can make a TV show out of it. Except we'd part ways. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. What about Yukimaru?
おそらくですが、小春さん同様にあなたに己が見えるよう術をかけるのではと。
I assume he's casting a spell similar to Koharu, so you'll still be able to see him. Then I'll have to say goodbye to him when his role as my guardian spirit is done. They were leaving one by one and my life would return to the way it was. I'm sad, but I want to smile to the very end. I braced myself for our inevitable parting. And that night, I stayed up late so I could spend just a little more time chatting with Toka. Sweet, sweet Toka, my sweet boy. That's my sweet little boy. Oh, yeah, we're on 7 already. Wow. Well, I still have an hour that I said I was going to play, so hey, we can keep going. I didn't think we'd get this far. If I'd actually started streaming early, who knows what would have happened. I'm gonna do the seeing ghosts first, then see Kodaha. Seeing all the ghosts is still good to me. Plus, we still see Kodaha anyways. Yeah, in my head, so this is like the short-term effects, right? Short-term, she's seeing ghost. Long-term, she's gonna adjust to seeing ghost. It's fine. And she gets to see Yui that way, okay? And Yui's an angel. 2 days had passed since Koharu left. Both he and Yukimaru were still out looking for a solution to my illness. While they were gone, Toka had been by my side watching over me, but ever since this morning I hadn't been able to see him. Regardless, I was sure he was still near. Knowing that made me feel a bit stronger. Yui is best girl. And secret route? Question mark? Sad face? Emoji of crying girl? I don't know. No, that's not a good emoji. Emoji of bubble? I don't know. Regardless, I was sure he was still near. Knowing that made me feel a bit stronger. In terms of my health, I hadn't felt much different and had been living normally. And then, when I was in class, I wonder if it was alright for me to confess my feelings like I did. Even as I took notes in class, my heart was elsewhere. All I could think about was when I confessed my feelings to Koharu as he hugged me. Now Luna actually come back for Virtue Fan Disc. I can't see any spoilers about my man Koharu. That's so fair. Okay, well I'll see you tonight when we play Virtue. It might be a late stream. I just want to progress a little bit more. Because honestly, I'm behind. And I'm going to stay behind because my shifts are not copacetic with me streaming and then going to work right now. So we'll see how it goes. What's important is I told him how I feel and I felt a bit relieved. I never really expected an answer from him, so selfish as it might seem, I felt really good being able to tell him my feelings. Though I was curious about his feelings in return, no matter what, our future wouldn't change. We were doomed to part. Actually, I don't think I want to know how Koharu feels. I remembered how much I worried I was a burden to him. I don't want to feel that way again. This is like a telltale heart, isn't it? These thoughts kept circling in my mind, meaning I didn't hear a word the teacher said. I looked up and down from my notes to the blackboard, but then suddenly, huh? Out of the corner of my eyes, I thought I saw a shadow at the window of the classroom door. I squinted, looking carefully, and I saw Koharu standing in the hallway. I was so surprised that I fell out of my chair. There was commotion in my body, commotion in my class, and all the students turned to look at me. There's also commotion in my body. Are you alright? Sayaka, sitting nearby, rushed over and I nodded lightly to her. This is too embarrassing. Oh my gosh. My face turned bright red and I stood up next to my chair. That was Koharu just then, right? What's he doing? Curiosity got the better of me and I couldn't help but call out to the teacher, I'm not feeling well. Can I go to the nurse's room? I'm sorry, I think I hurt myself falling. Would it be alright if I went to the nurse's office?
Oh, 行ってきなさい。
Sure, go right ahead. Hop to it. Thank you. I left the classroom and just as I suspected, I found Koharu standing there. Having not seen him for so long, my heart leapt with excitement. Koharu! Trying to calm down, I whispered to him quietly. Koharu looked amused.
見事な転びっぷりだったな。
You seriously ate it pretty bad back there. Oh my god. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's all your fault. I was surprised to see you.
悪い悪い。お前の様子が気になってな。
My bad. Just wanted to check in on you. You were worried about me?
あんなことがあったんだ。心配するのは当たり前だろ。
After what happened, of course I was worried. You might have a point there. Thanks, but so far I've been
そ
alright.
うみたいだな。今のところは転んだくらいか。
Seems like it, all except for the fall back there, right? It seemed my fall was quite entertaining for him and he laughed mischievously. I forgot how annoying he can be. Oh my gosh. Anyways, did you find anything out about my condition?
ああ、それなんだが、もう少し時間がかかりそうでな。ちなみに、
About
雪丸
that.
の方は空振りだ。
Seems like it might take a bit longer. No luck on Yukimaru's end either, I'm afraid. I see. Sorry for all the trouble. Thank you both for all your help.
手間とか言うんじゃねえ。俺がしたくてしてることだ。
It's no trouble. I'm doing this because I want to. Hearing him say it like that makes me so happy.
一つ聞くが、症状が現れる前、どんなことを考えていた？
I couldn't possibly picture what that has to do with anything. I have to ask, just before your condition appeared, what were you thinking about? What was I thinking about? The first time, I think Yukimaru was talking about our farewell, and I thought about Koharu. And the second time, we were discussing having to part ways, so I was thinking about Koharu leaving a lurk as I'm also streaming, but I hope you enjoy this route. Lovely. Oh, thank you, Lou. I hope you have a lovely stream. If you're still streaming when I leave, I'll raid you. And when I fainted at school, I was talking about Koharu. Each time I was thinking about Koharu. This is strange to say, but I was thinking about you, Koharu. Koharu didn't blush this time. Instead, his expression turned serious.
そうか。
That's what I thought. Oh, what do you mean by that? You think it's related to my condition?
今、情報を探している最中でな。確定してから伝える。不安だろうが、辛抱してくれ。
I'm still gathering information, but I'll let you know more as soon as I'm sure I know you're anxious, but bear with me. As I spoke, he gently patted my head and I felt myself calm down. I'll be fine.
それじゃあ、俺はそろそろ行く。あ、学校が終わったら、雪丸が校門まで迎えに来ることになってるからな。
In that case, I'll head out. Once school's out, Yukimaru will be waiting for you at the gate. Oh, I can still see Yukimaru? Last night was the last time I was able to see
や
Toka.
っぱり、そうだったか。お前にかけられているお祓いの力が、さっきから感じられなくてな。
I figured as much. I couldn't sense the priest's power on you
雪
anymore.
丸は、俺みたいに術をかけるだろうから、すぐ見えなくなるわけじゃねえ。 ま、さっきまで10日もお前のそばにいたしな。
It's because Toka will never leave me alone. He's my certified stalker. I think Yukomaru cast a spell like mine, so you won't lose sight of him right away. Plus, Toka was with you until just a few moments ago. Really? When I can't see him, I guess I can't feel his presence either. That made me sad, but I was also happy to know that he was with me earlier. Will you be gone for a while again this time?
捨てられた子犬みてえな顔だな。
You look like an abandoned little puppy. Sorry. That's right, I want to do my best to smile. I tried to brighten up my smile. I'll be waiting for you.
ああ、もうすぐ帰れると思うから、それまで耐えてくれ。
I should be back soon, so just hang in there for a little while longer. Got it. Okay, I'll walk you to the school entrance. I'm heading to the nurse anyways. Having finally got the chance to see him, I wanted to spend as much time as possible together.
遠慮してもついてきそうだな。それじゃ、送ってもらうか。
Even if I said no, I have a feeling you'd follow me anyways. Come on, let's go. We started walking, and I was about to head down the center stairs. Koharu grabbed my wrist.
もう一つの階段を使うぞ。あっちの方が昇降口に近いだろ。
To use the other stairs or closer to the entrance. Oh, good point. Koharu was right. The north side stairs were closer to the central stairs, but something feels off. All he did was suggest a different flight of stairs, and yet it stood out to me. Koharu almost seemed nervous. That's when I remembered. When we came here on the weekend.
と
I press the button.
悪い。
On the way to the library, Koharu stopped and looked up at the central stairs. Are you
Oh.
alright? It's a flashback. Something about him seemed off then, too. Could there be something about that stair? Those stairs? Seeing as Koharu was a spirit, it made sense that he would be able to see ghosts. Koharu, is there something you're not telling me about the central stairs? I softly asked, turning towards him, and Koharu slowly
お前、
slowed down.
目ざといな。
Man, you're blunt. You don't have to say it like that.
悪いように思ってねえよ。ただ、よく見てんなってさ。
I don't mean in a bad way. I'm just surprised at how perceptive you are when I grab you by the arm and say, not that way. It has to do with someone I care about. I muttered the words in my mind. Koharu looked away and placed his hand on the wall of the staircase
ここに
landing.
鏡があるだろ。あっちの階段には。
You know how there's a mirror up there on the staircase? Right, the full-length mirror. On the landing between the first and second floor, there was a large full-length
あの
mirror.
鏡の中にいるやつが気になってな。
I've been keeping an eye on the kid in there. There's a kid in the mirror?
そんな恐ろしいもんじゃねえよ。ただの幽霊だ。
He's not that scary. He's just a ghost. A ghost sounds pretty scary to me.
その幽霊は友人でな。
He's an old friend of mine. Koharu stroked the wall with his hand. His eyes waxed nostalgically as he gazed into the distance. What kind of person was he? Curious about what kind of friend Koharu had, I asked him and he laughed.
少し長くなるぞ。
That's a pretty long story. It's fine, I've got time before class ends.
お前、サボってる自覚ないだろ。
So now you're just totally skipping class? No, but I can't help but be curious. I wanted to know everything about Koharu.
なら、仕方ねえか。
I guess it can't be helped, huh? Koharu relented and began to open up to me. The story goes back a few decades. I was still living as the spirit board back then. Each time someone summoned me to ask a question, I'd respond, and so on and so forth. Eventually, I got tired of this repetitiveness of it all. During this time, there was one kid in particular who kept summoning me. He would always perform the spirit board ritual in the classroom after school once everyone else had left.
こっくりさん、
Spirit board,
教えてください。
spirit board, please tell me.
こっくりさん、明日のお天気は晴れですか？
Spirit board, will the weather tomorrow be
こ
sunny?
っくりさん、今日お母さんが作るご飯は何
Spirit
ですか？
board, what will my mom make for dinner today? Day in, day out, without fail, he had summoned me after school to ask me these trivial questions, but as it was my role, I dutifully answered his silly questions each day. Initially, he was frightened, but eventually he began to
こっくり
smile.
さん、
僕は友達ができません。
Spirit board, I can't make any
どうし
friends.
たらいいですか？
What should I do? For a moment I hesitated. I was unable to provide him an answer. As I saw his shoulders sink, I waved and irritation surged within me. How would I know? You're the problem. That's your problem, kid. Such thoughts crossed my mind, but I found myself observing him more often. He was always alone at school, something he concealed from his parents. Every day he put on a forced smile. I surmised he sought to alleviate his loneliness by communicating with me daily. That was when the incident occurred. That day, as usual, the kid was at school summoning me. It was an ordinary day, but just as he was about to ask his question, his classmates barged into the room and interrupted the ritual.
何やってんのお前。
What are you doing?
よ、変な紙でなんかやってる。
Look at him! He's doing something dumb with paper. Those stupid brats started mocking him, snatched the spirit board paper away from him. That really pissed me off.
返して、お願い。
Give it back! He clutched the coin tightly, trying not to let go. The coin had already left the spirit board paper. Koharu paused and looked towards me.
この後、俺がどうしたのか、お前ならわかるだろ。
You probably know what I did next, right? Though the boy held onto the coin based on what Koharu implied, I guess that what happened next. He broke the ritual. Koharu nodded.
俺はそいつをたたらなきゃならなくなった。
I had to haunt him. I never thought about it before, but wouldn't haunting him have the opposite effect? I mean, you said that spirit board needs to be used or else you'll be forgotten, and then they disappear, right? If you did something scary like haunt someone, people would get scared of using them, and they might stop altogether.
それでもたたらないといけねえんだよ。これは儀式を行った人間のためだ。
Still, I had to haunt him, so he'd never fail another ritual. It was for his own good. Did I just kick the desk? How did I? It might just be me. What do you mean for his own good?
たたらずに放っておけば、運悪く死ぬこともある。
Is it because he hasn't haunted me yet? He's taking too long. They're like, hurry up, haunt the girl. If we don't haunt someone and just leave them be, bad things happen. They could even die. What?
だから、たたられる恐ろしさを植え付けさせ、二度と儀式を失敗させないようにする。戒めってわけだ。
That's why we have to haunt people to make them scared so they never mess up the ritual again. It's kind of a warning, you could say. I had no idea, but why would messing up a ritual lead to death? Why do people have to die because of this?
儀式で使う紙と硬貨には、こっくりさんの容器が宿るようになっていてな。
The paper and coin you use for the ritual are designed so the spirit board's power can reside in them.
だから、紙から硬貨がはみ出したり、硬貨から指を離したりすれば、その容器があたりに漏れ出し、漂う。
So if the coin goes beyond the paper's edge, or if you release the coin, the powers begin to
そう
leak.
なれば、容器に当てられたあやかしが寄ってきちまうんだ。
And when that happens, the spirits attracted to the spirit board's power are drawn to you. Come to think of it, when Koharu appeared before me, purple smoke emerged from the archway I had drawn. Was that the spirit's power?
優しいあやかしならいい。だが、人に悪さをするあやかしなら、最悪、殺されるだろうな。
If the spirit is benign, it's not a big deal, but if it's the malevolent type, in the worst case, people can be killed. To be killed by a
だか
spirit.
ら、こっくりさんは儀式を失敗した人間の前にだけ姿を現す。
That's why we only
それは
appear to
たたる
those who
ため
mess
と
up the ritual to haunt them
その人間を他のあやかしから守るためだ。
and to protect them from other spirits. Oh, then the boy you mentioned,
怖い目に遭わせちまった。
he ended up going through something truly horrific. Koharu sighed before continuing his story. Although irritated by the kid who interrupted the rituals, I appeared before him.
まさかこんなことになるとはね。
Didn't expect this to happen. We were really unlucky at the time. The boy had attracted the attention of a spirit that loved to consume humans.
なあ、戸が開かないんだけど。
The door won't open.
寒い。夏なのに息が白いなんて。
Why is it so cold? It's summer. I can see my breath. The three kids, including those brats, were trapped inside the classroom. Despite the windows and doors being sealed, a chill wind swept through the
う
room.
まそうな人の子がいるの。どれ、食ってやろうか。
Those are some tasty looking children here. Let me try a little sample. The boy turned pale as he stared at me. Then the spirit targeted that boy. I saw the spirit's long, sharp claws raised upward, ready to strike down on the boy. I quickly pushed him behind me. But the spirit's claw pierced through my right eye.
こいつに手出すんじゃねえよ。
Damn it, stay away from him. Ignoring the pain, I grabbed the spirit's claw, broke it off, seized his horn, and flung him. Just talking about it is still traumatic. The spirit fled, the spell of the room lifted, and those little brats ran out of the classroom. The boy and I were left there alone. I picked up the ritual paper those brats left behind and handed it to the kid, then sat on the floor.
たく。散々だぜ。
What a goddamn mess. The boy just stared at me, his eyes wide with fear. Fortunately, I was the only one who could see, so he didn't see what happened with the other spirit. The kid was smart. He seemed to know I had fought with something invisible.
その
Your
目が。
your eye,
ああ、これか。まあ、かすり傷だ。
this.
どうってことね。
Don't worry about it, just a scratch.
僕を守ってくれたんですよね。こいつに手を出すなって言ってたから。
But you protect me, right? I heard you yelling at someone not to touch me. The kid was on the verge of tears, but he took out a handkerchief from his pocket and offered
必
it to
要
me.
ねえ。放っておけば治る。
No need, it'll heal on its own, but thanks. He pulled his handkerchief away, clutching it tightly. He then asked me a question.
こっくりさん、何ですか？
Are you the spirit board?
ああ、そうだ。お前が儀式を失敗したから、たたるために現れた。
That's right, you failed the ritual, so I'm here to haunt you. I said these words, but at the same time, I knew what happened wasn't his fault. Those snotty kids from before were to blame. Given the situation, do I really need to haunt him? As I thought those things, the boy began to cry.
ごめんなさい。僕が失敗したから悪いものが来ちゃったんだ。
I'm sorry, it's all my fault because I messed up that scary thing came in.
いや、それは。
Well,
そのせいでこっくりさんが友達にこんな大きな怪我を。
because of that, I let my friend get hurt.
あ、友達？
Friend?
いつも来てくれて話を聞いてくれて僕こっくりさんがいたから学校に来れていて
You always come and listen to me because I had you, Mr. Spirit Board. I was able to keep coming to school.
寂しくても休まず学校に通いているのはこっくりさんに友達に会うためだから
I feel so bad for Hibiki. He had a tough life, this boy. I felt lonely, but I was able to come to school because I wanted to see my friend.
それなのに
But because of me, seeing him so distraught over someone like me, I felt
そのハ
happy.
ンカチ、貸せ。
Give me the handkerchief. I took the handkerchief from him and wiped away his
よく
tears.
聞け。大切なものを守りたいなら、強くなれ。
If you want to protect those you care about, then you've got to become
お
strong.
前ならそうなれる。なんたって、俺の保証付きなんだからな。
You can do it, and I'll be there to back you up, okay? You got it?
僕なんか
But I'm...
あんのクソガキどもは一目散に逃げていったが、お前はこうやって、あやかしの俺と堂々と話せてる。
Those kids ran away immediately, right? But look at you. You're here talking to a
お前は
spirit.
人間のくせに度胸があるやつだよ。
For a spirit, I'd say that makes you pretty brave.
ただ、今度俺を呼ぶときは、本当に困ったときだけにしろ。それ以外は、
Now
自
listen.
分で何とかするんだ。
From now on, I only want you to call me if you're really in trouble, okay? Other than that, you gotta figure it out on
強く生
yourself.
きていけ。見ててやるから。
Get strong and know I'll be looking out for you. Boy nodded, and though he was still crying, his expression softened into a full smile.
強くなります。
Okay, I'll become strong.
いい顔だ。そうだ、友達なら名を知っておかねえとな。
Seeing that we're friends now, guess I gotta know your name.
響です。
Hibiki!
俺は小春だ。これで俺たちは友人ってことになる。だから、お前をたたることはしねえ。
I'm Koharu, now we're friends, so I won't haunt you, okay?
ありがとう。小春さん。
Thank you, Koharu. And since that day, Hibiki never called on me again. But he died shortly after. I'll be sobbing when I get to Hibiki. Hibiki's was sad. Hibiki's story is sad. Koharu finished his story touching the scar on
あ
his
の時の
face.
こと、今でも後悔して
I still regret that day. I frowned, puzzled by his words after hearing him tell me the
自分
story.
で何とかしろ。強く生きろって。そう声をかけたのは間違いだった。
I shouldn't have told him he had to figure things out on his own to be strong. Why? Koharu paused before slowly beginning to explain.
一人、己の状況に絶望し、話す相手もなく、
He
あい
killed
つは
himself.
自殺した。
He was in despair of his situation, but with no one to turn to.
いつでも俺を呼べって言うべきだった。
I should have told him to call me anytime. To be clear, you said when he really needs it. He really needed it then. Hearing all of this, I realized how much I still didn't know about Koharu. Koharu and Hibiki. A long time ago, Koharu met Hibiki through the spirit board ritual. Koharu still worries about and cares for Hibiki. Currently, Hibiki is one of Nari Migahama's High's 7 wonders. I feel like there's nothing I can say. Even knowing the whole story, what could I have said? What words could have possibly been right here?
俺は呼ばれないと何もしてやれない。いくら見守ると言って様子を見ていても、それだけだ。
I have to be summoned, otherwise I can't do much. Even if I could visit or keep an eye on him, all I could do is watch.
響は今もあの時と同じ。一人きりで鏡の中にいる。
Hibiki remains as he was back then, alone, only now he's in the mirror. And the mirror, it's the one located on the central staircase. Koharu nodded. Can't you just visit and talk to him?
今さらなんて声をかけりゃいい。
What could I possibly say to him now? My bad.
それに響は、いや、これまで俺と関わった人間は俺のことなんて覚えてないだろう。
Besides, Hibiki, I don't think any of the mortals who I've interacted with remember
あ
me.
やかしはいずれ忘れられていく。
Spirits are all eventually forgotten.
人間は勝手な生き物だぜ。だから嫌いなんだ。
Human, standing right here. Humans are selfish, which is why I can't stand them. I heard him say that before, and now I felt like I truly understood the meaning behind those words. Might not believe this, but I think there are some people you never forget. Maybe they don't think about you every day, but I know the impact you've made on their lives remain in their hearts. See, this is the one time where I'm like, he doesn't want it to be self-centered. And he did want to be self-centered. Me, here, will not forget you. I won't forget you. There was the only words I could muster, but I meant every one of them. Thanks. Sorry. His melancholic smile pained me. I impulsively took his hand. Koharu, I have feelings for you. I care about you truly deeply. I'll never forget you. There's no way I could possibly forget someone I've fallen in love with. I smiled and saw Koharu blushing to the tips of his ears. He quickly turned away. I felt a sharp pain in my heart as he turned away. I smiled to hide it. It wasn't the reaction I'd hoped for when I told him how I felt about him, but I also knew now wasn't the time to dwell on it. I don't care about myself being hurt. I want to make him feel better, and so I gently pulled on his hand. Let's go. We need to hurry or class will end and I'll get caught skipping. Koharu silently followed me as I led the way towards the entrance.
すまない。
Thank you, and I'm sorry. His thanks took me by surprise, soothing the sting of the rejection he'd given me before, but why are you apologizing? He smiled back at me and I couldn't find the meaning behind
話し
it.
たのはお前が初めてだ。あ、いや、雪丸も少し知ってるか。
You're the first person I've shared this with. I guess Yukimaru knows too.
少し胸が軽くなった気がする。ありがとうな。
Your heart feels a little lighter now, thank you. He didn't tell me why he was apologizing, but I smiled back at him anyway, nodding. After saying goodbye to Koharu at the entrance, I made my way to the nurse's office. I wasn't really in pain, but I asked for a compress before heading back to class. I took the central stairs. I paused in front of the full-length mirror and looked tentatively at it, but all I saw was my own reflection. I want to understand Koharu's feelings, but I'm not sure how to help. Koharu was off researching my condition. I wanted to do something to help him too. Maybe I can try talking to the mirror. Hibiki, are you there? I don't really expect a response, but maybe I should keep trying. If Koharu says that Hibiki was in the mirror, then he must be there, even if he wasn't visible to me. I'm friends with the spirit board. Do you remember Koharu? My fingers brushed against the mirror, grazing its chilly surface. Koharu is... Just as I was about to continue, the mirror became cold as ice. The bell rang and I quickly retracted my hand. I bowed to the mirror and hurried back to my classroom. Oops, sorry, class is in session. Ha 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 ha. Bye, Hibiki. Bye. Hibiki, bye. Don't follow me, Hibiki. After Leah saw me off, I left the campus and stopped. This is bad. Every time I see her, she's been sharing her feelings with me. I can't pretend not to notice anymore, and more than anything, I'm at my limit. I wish I could just hug her tightly and tell her how I felt about her. How wonderful that would be.
何考えてんだ。
What am I thinking? Her feelings for me might not even be real. And besides, a spirit is an immortal being together is forbidden in my clan. Forbidden, but not impossible. I looked back at the campus and came up at the classroom where Leah should
一
be.
緒になれなくても、お前を思う心は本物だ。
Even if we can't be together, my feelings for you are real. I silently acknowledged the feelings I couldn't express to her. Then, with another deep sigh, I turned towards the direction of my village. Where's your village? It was lunch break, and as usual, I spread out my lunch while chatting with Sayaka. Maybe I can ask Sayaka about it. If it's about the paranormal, Sayaka might be the perfect person to ask. Hey, you know the full-length mirror on the central stairs, is that...
学校の七不思議の一つ、引きずり鏡だね。
It's one of the school's 7 wonders! You mean the grass with the mirror, right? Hot grass with a mirror? Why does that sound so familiar? Oh, that's right. You said you'd tell me about the grass with the mirror.
そうそう。結局、神隠しの話にしちゃったから、話せてないままだったんだ。
Yeah, exactly. I got sidetracked by the story of being spirited away last time, so I never got around to telling you about it. So the mirror is the grass with a mirror?
あなたから七不思議の話を振ってくるなんて、珍しいこともあるね。
Pretty rare for you to bring up the paranormal. You should do it more often. That's probably not gonna happen. So what's this grasp of the mirror about anyways? If I can learn about Hibiki, even if it's just a little bit, it might help me talk to him. I had asked about the mirror with that in mind, then Sayaka eagerly began telling me the story. As I said before, the Grasp of the Mirror is one of our school's 7 wonders. The name suggests it's a horror story about a student getting dragged into the school mirror. But how did this rumor start, you ask? Well, there once was a student in this school who was bullied each and every day. Some days the kid would hide his books or his shoes. Other times they'd put dirt in his desk. Sometimes they even threw his lunch away. The bullying escalated day by day, and in the end, it even got physical. That day was no different. The student was being bullied and he ran from the classroom. The students that bullied him were having fun chasing him. The student being bullied desperately ran down the stairs and slipped. The sound of him rolling down the stairs, bones breaking along the way, echoed throughout the hallways. When the sound stopped, his head and feet were bent in unspeakable directions. He landed directly in front of the mirror. Ew, what the heck, gross. He's no longer even human. Forget it, we better hurry home. None of the students who bullied him showed any concern for him. Instead, they acted like there was no big deal and headed home. Help me. Later, his body was discovered when the school security guard was doing his rounds. When they found him, he was already dead, but it was clear he had suffered because I'm lonely. I'm sad. I'll never forgive them. The words were etched in blood on the mirror. If the students who bullied him had called for help, he might have lived. Ever since that day, if you pass the mirror and you hear a voice, I'm lonely, I'm sad, come here, it's too late. Once you hear the voice, your body freezes as if it's been possessed. A hand comes out of the mirror and pulls you in and takes you away. The grudge of the student who died alone still haunts that mirror. The students who bullied him, they all went missing and have yet to be found.
っていう話だよ。どう？怖かった？
That's the story. So what do you think? Pretty scary, right? It was pretty scary. But according to Koharu, Hibiki took his own life, so the real story has to be different.
黙り込むほど怖かった？でもね、本当にあった話かどうかわからないからこそ七不思議なんだよ。
Are you scared speechless? Nobody knows if it's actually true or not. That's what makes it one of the 7 wonders. You're right. At the end of the day, it's just a rumor, right? Thinking about it that way, maybe I didn't need to worry about the story. Does that mean you've never heard a voice from the mirror?
何度も試してみてるんだけどさ。触ったり、声をかけたりしても反応なし。
I wish. I've tried everything, touching it, calling out to it, and still nothing. Sayaka sighed, and I could only offer a weary smile. Sayaka, something's else. In that case, maybe it was pointless for me to try calling out to him. I've never been one to see ghosts anyway. It made sense he would have responded to me, but if there was even a chance he could hear me, I'll still visit one more time after school. If he remembered Koharu, and I talked to him about the spirit board ritual, all I could focus on was trying to help heal the regret in Koharu's heart. After school, I stood in front of the mirror again. Supposedly Yukimaru is waiting at the school gate for me. I should hurry, but I waited for the hallway to empty as the sun began to set. Now seems like a good time. After ensuring I was alone, I took one step towards the mirror. Hibiki, are you there? I knew the answer to the question, so I continued. The spirit board Koharu, he remembers you. He still thinks of you often. He's still beating himself up over what he said to you. He regrets those words so much. Koharu is a very kind spirit, but you probably already know that. As I spoke, I pictured Koharu's face and the kind yet melancholy look he had when he spoke of Hibiki. I felt a tug at my heart. Maybe speaking isn't enough. Perhaps if I touched the mirror, my feelings might reach him. I hesitated, recalling the odd feeling I had when I touched it in the afternoon. Yeah, touch that mirror. You're not gonna die. Everything's fine. I gently touched the mirror, looking deeply into it to convey my emotions. I have a humble request. Please do the spirit board ritual. Suddenly, chills ran down my spine. Looking at my hand, something felt wrong. Although I couldn't see anything, it was as if someone grabbed me. I tried to pull away but couldn't. No, 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 no.
ああ、また触れられた。このぬくもり、初めてだ。
To touch someone again. I've never felt this warm before. By the time I heard his voice, it was too late. Master! I thought I heard Yukimaru's voice, but then everything faded. I was pulled into a cold blue world of the mirror.
ごめんなさい。聖者に触れたのは初めてで、いけないとは思いつつ、この衝動を止められなかった。
Sorry, this is my first time touching a living person. I know I shouldn't have, but I couldn't resist. Are you Hibiki? What? Why, how could I see a ghost by being touched by one and enter the mirror world? Nothing made sense. My mind couldn't keep up. All I felt was the icy grip of his hand. His eyes were wild and despair engulfed
こ
me.
のぬくもりが欲しかった。ただ、それだけ。
I've always longed for this warmth. This is all I've ever wanted. After that, I tried to persuade him to let go as I waited for help, but trapped in this surreal ghost world, I experienced so many strange and wonderful things. But this was a story for another time. Is it? Doesn't sound like she died right away. What do you mean? Ending another world. Oh. I didn't die. She didn't die. That's not death. That's not how death works. Let's not touch the mirror. Feeling a bit anxious, I continued to speak to the mirror. I have a humble request. Please do the spirit board ritual one more time to summon Koharu. Tomorrow, I'll bring the spirit board that I made and the coin I used, please.
教えてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for telling me. Yubiki's voice faintly echoed in my mind. I glanced around but found myself alone. Was that... looked back at the mirror, seeing only my reflection. His unexpected response gave me the chills. It's okay, he's not a scary ghost. Then suddenly someone appeared in the mirror. Ah!
これ我じゃ主様。
Master, it's me! Oh, Yukimaru, I must have made him wait too long and he came looking for me.
元気そうで安心したぞ。校門で待っていても来ないから心配しての。
I'm so glad you're alright. You took so long, I was starting to get worried. Sorry, I had something important to do. You just appeared out of nowhere and popped up in the mirror. It scared me.
ああ、それはな。神主の払いの効力が切れたゆえ、今、主様に我が見えるよう術をかけ終わった次第なのだ。
That's because the priest ritual wore off. I just finished casting the spell that lets you see me. I see. So as soon as your spell took effect, your reflection appeared in the mirror. As much as I'm relieved to see him, that was a terrible timing. Sorry for making you wait. I'm ready. Let's go home.
ほうほう。なるほど。伝えておこう。
Okay, okay, I understand. I'll pass along the message to her. Huh? Yukimaru. He was looking at the mirror.
主様、この鏡の者が言うにはな、こっくりさんの道具はあるから大丈夫とのことじゃ。
Master, the person in the mirror told me to tell you he still has the materials for spirit board ritual. What? You just... Were you just speaking to Hibiki?
名は知らぬが、主様にそう伝えてほしいということでな。
I don't know his name, but
どういうことなのだ?
he asked me to tell you this, Master. What's going on? I'll explain on the way home. Yukimaru and I headed down the stairs. I paused to turn around and bowed to the mirror before leaving. It's interesting she can't see him, because he can make himself visible. On our way home, I shared with Yukimaru what Koharu had told me and what I had just experienced. I told him because Koharu had told me that Yukimaru already knew the story.
ほう、そういう話だったのか。我は少ししか聞いておらぬでな。
The truth is, I've only heard bits and pieces until now. What's happening? My phone just keeps buzzing. Pokemon. The truth is, I only heard bits and pieces of it until now. Your version, would you like to update? Oh my gosh. I have to update to play the new Pokemon. That's so mean. How could you do this to me, Pokemon Go? Oh, Blurty's live. Wait a second. When I asked him about his eye in the past, he simply said it was a battle wound. That's really all he told me. Wait, seriously? I thought you knew the whole thing.
安心せ。我は知らぬということにしておく。
Don't worry, I'll just pretend I don't know any of it. We get a new picture. We had a cute one. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at these Pokemon flying in the sky. How cute are they? Do I have a Poltegeist out here? No Poltegeist. No Poltegeist anywhere. The thing is, I like the Poltegeist. They did a collection. I kind of regret not buying it, but also part of me is like, I didn't need it. Of Alice in Wonderland Pokemon theme. So Poltegeist popped up because Poltegeist is a T-bot. She's just cute. I don't see anything. I guess it lied to me. We'll see later. Or maybe I missed it. That'd be funnier. Maybe it was at 2 o'clock and it's 3 now. I appreciate that. Thank you.
しかし、小春らしいな。
But that doesn't sound like typical
少年と小春の
Koharu.
間に生まれた絆の証であったか。
Guess that sounds like typical Haru. Guess that scar is kind of proof of their bond together, huh? That's a good way to put it. Very fitting. If you don't mind me asking, when you saw him in the mirror, what was Hibiki like?
心配ない。あの様子なら、こっくりさんの儀式を行うであろう。だが、主様、もう二度と話しかけてはならぬ。
Don't worry. Based on his reactions, I get the feeling he'll do the spirit board ritual soon, but Master, you must never speak to him again. Why is that?
響というたか。あの者の精神状態は危うい状態じゃ。
Hibiki,
悪
was
霊になっ
it?
てもおかしくない。
He's very unstable. It wouldn't surprise me if he became a wraith soon. A wraith? Like an evil spirit? Can a normal ghost even become like that?
幽霊とは死者のことを言うが、本来ならば成仏して天上へ向かわねばならん。
Usually ghosts are supposed to find peace and cross over into heaven. A place where the deceased go after they cross over.
だが、心残りがあって移しを。聖者が住まうこの世にとどまっておる者もいてな。
However, those with lingering regrets may stay in the mortal realm among the living. And that's the state Hibiki's in.
移し世にいる間、精神状態が良好であればいいが。
Yes, it's fine for him to stay in the mortal realm as long as he's emotionally stable,
何か
but
が起き、心が闇にとらわれれば悪霊となってしまうのだ。
if his heart is swallowed by
聖者
darkness,
をも襲う。
he could turn into a wraith. Then, when that happens, he may lash out at the living. Oh my gosh, I can speak. That explains the eerie cold I felt when I touched the mirror before. Reflecting on the danger I put myself in made me shiver, but Hibiki hasn't become a wraith yet, right?
そうなのだが、寂しさのあまり聖者を求めてしまう恐れがあるように思えての。
Yes, though I fear his loneliness might drive him to seek out the living.
それに、我が見たところ、あの姿見には何者かが術を施した跡があった。おいそれと触れてはならんぞ。
It seems as though a spell has been cast on that mirror recently. Do be careful and avoid touching it thoughtlessly. But my friend Sayaka, she's been touching and talking to it and nothing bad happened to her. Well, she claims nothing happened.
主様の場合を言うておるのだ。 お主には不思議な魅力があるからの。
I'm not like other girls. It's my favorite moment in every game, you know. I'm different. I'm special. I'm unique. Of course, I would be more likely to get pulled into a mirror than my best friend because I'm not the same as her. I'm cooler, right? Right? That's the whole thing. I'm not talking about your friend. I'm talking about you. You have a unique allure about you.
主様は神をも魅了する方ゆえ、もしかすると幽霊さえも魅了してしまうやもしれぬだろう。
If you can attract the gods, it makes sense that you can attract ghosts too, yes? It really feels like I could do without that kind of charm. Okay, but thank you for explaining it to me. I'm so glad I didn't touch it earlier.
まあ、小春を呼び出してくれさえすれば、響というものの心も安定するだろう。なんと言っても、二人は友人なのだからな。
So long as he summons Koharu, I'm sure Hibiki's heart will also find peace. Those two are good friends after all. You're right. As long as they keep their bond, I'm sure everything will turn out okay. With that, the two of us
そ
laughed.
れにしても、主様は無茶をする。小春を気にして鏡の中におる幽霊に掛け合うとは。
Master, you sure are reckless. I can't believe you tried to negotiate with a
愛じゃ
ghost.
の。
For Koharu's sake? Is that... that is love. Love?
違ったか？我はてっきり主様は小春に。
Am I mistaken? I was under the impression that you had feelings for Koharu, Master. Whoa. Who would have thought Yukimaru of all people would notice? No, you're not wrong. A feeling of mix of embarrassment and relief. I admitted it, seemingly finding all these quite amusing. Sorry, I thought that was a period. My brain broke. Seemingly finding it all quite amusing, Yukimaru laughed and patted my back. I was like, why would you end the sentence there? After that, I carried on as usual, changing into my pajamas and getting ready for bed. I should visit the cafe to talk to the owner, but it might be better to wait until this unknown illness is resolved. I sat on my bed pondering when a knock came at my door. Yes, come in. Koharu entered, prompting me to stand. Koharu, welcome back. As I approached him, he chuckled amusingly.
まるで犬だな。俺のしつけが良かったか？
You're like a dog. Guess I trained you well. Don't say it like that. I guess that's his way of being affectionate. Annoyed by his words, I dragged my desk chair over and sat down. Did you find anything out about my illness? Koharu nodded grimly and I tensely awaited his next words.
あの症状と発症した時期を踏まえて、俺は自里に帰り、あるまじないを調べたんだ。
Based on your symptoms and when they appeared, I went back to my village to research a certain spell. A spell? Thinking I'd hear a medical diagnosis, the sudden mention of a spell took me by
覚え
surprise.
ているか？前に教えた狐の嫁入りのまじないを。
Do you remember the fox's wedding spell I mentioned? The one where we cursed ourselves?
ここへ思い置く。
What does it
心を置い
mean?
ていくって意味だ。そう誓わせれば、だから。
Yeah. Wait, you think that spell has been cast on me? As I asked in... Oh my goodness. Oh my stars. What are we doing to me? Incredulously? That's a word.
Incredulously.
As I asked incredulously, because I said it right the first time, Koharu nodded with a very serious face. But you said the spell wouldn't work unless it was cast by someone powerful.
お前にはない。だが、
You don't have that
俺はどうだ？
power, but as for me,
あの時、俺はまじないを唱えたが、韻を交わす前に、お前がさらに唱えた。そしてすぐ、お前から韻を交わした。
at the time, I recited the spell, but before we could touch signs, you finished reciting it, and then we touched signs immediately afterwards.
お前にかかっちまってるんだよ。俺の力が作用して、かけちまったらしい。
In other words, the spell has taken hold of you. My power was able to cast the spell.
必ず帰ってくるよ。心を縛るまじないだ。俺は待っている側になるから症状はねえが、お前は違う。
It's a spell to ensure you will always return binding your heart to me. Because I was the one who cast it, I don't have any symptoms. But I'm the female fox, the one who must return. Koharu nodded, then knelt on one knee in front of me, his head
さ
bowed.
らい。大昔のまじないだと軽く見て、廃れたと思い込んでいた俺の失態だ。
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have taken the spell so lightly. I had mistakenly thought it had fallen out of use and... No, it's not your fault, Koharu. I was the one who moved my hand and unknowingly completed the spell.
それでもだ。教えるべきじゃなかった。
I shouldn't have
辛い
taught
思
it
い
to
を
you.
させて。
I'm
申し
sorry
訳
for
ない。
everything. Please, lift your head. Get up. It's hard to talk to you like this. I knew that if I didn't say anything, Koharu would continue staring at the floor. Koharu lifted his head and stood up. Oh, that's a relief. But could that spell really be the cause of all this? I don't really remember the details, but...
昼間、お前に聞いただろ。症状が現れる前に何を考えていたかって。
I asked you earlier what you were thinking about before the symptoms started. I figured out they appeared whenever I thought of
俺のこと
Koharu.
で気分が沈むと症状が現れるらしくてな。お前が安心すれば緩和される。
When you were worried about me, they appeared. When you felt at ease, the symptoms got better, right? Hearing that, everything seemed to click. So because I fell in love with you, the symptoms got worse?
いや、それは違う。
No, that's not it. It's not. Koharu didn't answer right away and took a moment before he slowly started to
あ
speak.
のまじないのせいで、お前の中にあった俺への印象が連城へと傾いたんだ。
It's because of that spell that you fell in love with me. Huh?
あのまじないには、どうやら相手を惚れさせる力もあるらしくてな。だから、
It seems that spell also has the power to make someone fall in love.
お前が
So
俺に向ける連城は偽物だ。
your romantic feelings for me are not real. I felt my vision darken and the ground sway below my feet. That's not possible. These feelings, they can't be a lie.
なら聞くが、お前が俺を意識したのはいつだ？
When did you start to fall in love with me? It was after we cast the spell. Not only had he denied that he felt the same way about me, he was saying the only reason I had these feelings was because of the spell. My feelings for him. This man's trying to literally ghost me. I want to believe my feelings are true. I know myself pretty well. Even if the spell is real, I know these feelings are my own. Didn't affect his affection for me, so we're gonna load that up again. Felt like that was right. It's not a lie. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I looked down, remaining silent. That's when I felt his warm, comforting hand gently pat my head. As his touch lingered, I felt tears welling up in my eyes. My fever began to build, but it didn't stop me from telling him how I really felt. I don't know. I don't know if these feelings I have for you are real or if they're from the spell. I'm so confused. Tears started to fall as I continued. But being told that the happiness I felt since falling for you could be a lie, it just made me so sad. How could that even be possible? How could these feelings be a lie? I want to keep loving you, Koharu. Those were my honest feelings. Looking up at Koharu, I noticed he had tears in his eyes
偽
too.
りだとしても、お前の気持ちを嬉しく思う。ありがとう。
Even if it was all a lie, it was nice being loved by you. Thank you, Leah. His words soothed my heart, and I felt the fever that was starting to build subside.
まじないを解けば元通りになる。その方法も聞いてきたから安心しろ。
If we lift the spell, things will go back to normal. I got the steps to do that, so don't worry. Okay. I responded, but my mind was elsewhere. What if I still have feelings for Koharu even after the spell is lifted? Then these feelings are true. Koharu, if my feelings remain even after the spell is lifted, will you believe me then?
お前、何言って。
What are you saying? You don't have to feel the same way about me. I just want you to believe me. So my feelings for you continue. If my feelings for you continue after the spell is lifted, I'll tell you again. I knew it was completely selfish of me. I knew it would trouble him, but I couldn't stop myself from saying it. For now, I love you, Koharu.
お前、どうかしてるぞ。てか、
Crazy for that,
と
you
りあえずっ
know?
てなんだよ。
What do you mean for now? All this time, he would say it was because of the spell and not flinch, but now he was bright red. And that's the look I wanted to see. If he was going to reject my feelings, then at least I wanted his reaction to be like this. This sure selfish of me. Still, seeing him fluster like this gave me peace. After Koharu coughed, he grabbed both my shoulders, still slightly blushing.
よく聞け。いいか。思いはいずれ風化していくんだ。特にあやかし相手なら忘れるのも早い。
Listen to me. Feelings eventually fade, especially with a spirit. You'll forget them quickly, got it? There are some who never forget.
なんでそう言い切れる？
How can you be so sure? Suddenly, Koharu's expression froze. Koharu, what's wrong? Koharu looked away. Why now? He muttered, looking surprised. He released my shoulders and faced me with a serious
仕
look.
事が入ったから少し離れるが、一人にしても平気か？
I'm being summoned for work. I have to go. Will you be okay on your own? I'll be fine, but work? Was he being summoned as a spirit
少
board?
し時間がかかるかもしれないから、気にせず先に寝ておけ。
This may take a while. Don't worry about me. Try to get some sleep before I come back. Okay. Bye. I called out to him, but Koharu had already turned away. Then he suddenly stopped and looked back.
お前の気持ちが続いていたら、その時はちゃんと聞く。
If your feelings still remain, I'll be sure to listen to you then. Good night. Ooh, he likes me. What he said just now, I knew it didn't necessarily mean he felt the same way I did, but it still filled my heart with joy. This makes me so happy. I still wasn't sure of what would happen next, but for now I wanted to bask in this feeling. Even if the feelings I felt for him now weren't love, that wouldn't change the precious memories I've made with him up to this point. I knew that for certain. Midnight. After finishing up the spirit board ritual, I returned to Leah's side, my heart feeling lighter. Looks like she's in a very deep sleep. Silently, I covered her with her blankets to avoid waking her. She looked so
俺を
happy.
惚れさせるなんて。お前はほんとムカつく女だな。
You really made me fall for you. How infuriating. I softly stroked Leah's hair. Though I complained, I was smiling. Even if the love she felt for me wasn't real, she remained dear to my heart. I couldn't part with these feelings for Leah. I sighed, realizing just what a burden this emotional attachment would be.
ほんとムカつく男です。
Truly, you are very annoying.
うわっ
What?
ってお前かよ。急に出てくんじゃねえ。びっくりして声を荒げちまっただろうが。
It's you. Don't startle me like
別に起
that.
きちまうだろ。
You made me shout. I could have woken her up, you idiot.
良いですか、小春さん。もしも彼女の気持ちが本物なら、あ
Listen,
なたは受け止
Koharu.
めるべきです。
If her feelings are real, you should accept them.
あ？お前が口を出す問題じゃね
What the hell? This has nothing to do with you. What's with this guy? He was listening on the conversation I had with Leah.
そうはいくまい。私の彼女を思う気持ちは本物であるからな。
I love his godly voice. I disagree. My concerns for her is very genuine.
お前は違うのか？
It is not the same for you. This asshole.
例えば、お前でなく、彼女が私を選んでいたなら、私は迷わず今の己を捨て、彼女を選ぶ。
Dude, I can't wait to get to Toka's route. Okay. It's weird, right? There's some loud characters I can't stand. I can point out like 5 of them. But there's some loud characters I love. I did like Yukimaro. I know not everybody liked Yukimaro. I liked Yukimaro. He was fine. He was 10 times better than Cena. And I love Cena's voice actor, so I was so excited for Cena, and I was so disappointed that his story was so boring. But Yukimaro, his was lighthearted. Like, stories don't have to be intense. They don't have to be crazy. I enjoyed it. It was really sweet the whole way through. They both started to like each other around the same time. It was a little complex. The ending was sweet. I liked it. I liked her ending with Yukimaru because she gets to live her life and then go be with Yukimaru. It's good. It's a good time. Toka, this is a great sentence. Look at this sentence. Look at this boy. Oh my gosh. And he's got pink hair. You know how rare that is? Ibuki. Ibiki? I got it. I'm close. If, for instance, she had chosen me over you, I would have given up my status for
だが
her.
彼女はお前を選んだ。それなら私は彼女の幸せを考え、お前に彼女を託そう。
However she chose you, I will respect her decision and entrust her life and happiness to you.
さて、見せてもらおうか。お前の愛はいかほどのものか。
Now it's your turn to show me how far will your love take you.
なるほどな。ここでその顔を見せるとは思ってなかったぜ。
Never expected you to be so honest. Before he claimed he was merely a god watching over Leah, but now it was something else
俺
entirely.
がこいつの気持ちに応えなかったらどうするつもりだ？
And what will you do if I choose to reject her feelings, huh? Toka didn't reply, he just smiled confidently. Yeesh. I think I may have bitten off more than I can chew here. I feel like I'm the one being haunted. Without another word, Toka vanished. I sighed and looked back down at Leah.
恨むぞ。
This is all your fault. Teehee. Naturally. Alright, it is the time. We're on chapter 8. That's what we're going to start back on next time we play. Let me save. Last time I forgot to save and had to fast forward, actually. Let me save. Gonna save. So I don't forget to like I did last time, because that was bad and I had to go back. It's not too bad. It could be worse. It could be me being muted for 5 minutes. That hasn't happened recently. Right, guys? Right. Alright, saved. Go back to the title just so we have background music while I raid. We're gonna see if Tome is still playing. Is Lou still on? Ooh, Blurdy's on if Lou isn't. We'll raid Blurdy if Lou's not. Oh, Lou's still streaming. Alright, we'll raid Lou. Alright, perfect. Alright, guys. Well, I hope you guys have a lovely evening. I'll be streaming most likely again tonight. It's going to be a late stream, but we're going to continue Fair Che Evermore. I started to say a different game and got really nervous. So thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you all for being in chat with me today. Thank you, Asia. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Prim. It's been a minute. Thank you, Delightful. Thank you, Lou, for stopping in to say hi. Thank you, Ninja, for always hanging out. Thank you guys so much. I hope you have a lovely night. If you're watching this on YouTube, remember you can check me out on Twitch. I stream about 3 times a week. And if you're here on Twitch and you want to remember the lovely adventure we have, you can all check it out on YouTube. I upload all the VODs over there afterwards. Have a lovely day. I will see you guys later.